All right, I'm going to start with the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League. And reason we're opening with that is because there's a lot of hockey news coming out. We'll have a hockey show next week. The Memorial Cup, the championship in Canadian hockey is tomorrow. The AHL playoffs are down to 4 teams. We've got Hershey and Coachella Valley, last year's 2 AHL Calder Cup finalists in the Eastern and Western Conference Finals. We also have the Milwaukee Admirals with Yaroslav Askarov, the goalie Nashville drafted in the first round to replace Juicy Saros. He's got Milwaukee in the conference finals. And Cleveland Monsters. Cleveland Monsters have been killing it all year in the regular season. They made it to the Eastern Conference Finals in the AHL. They're taking on the defending champion Hershey Bears, who beat Coachella Valley in 7 games last year. Also have the Eastern and Western Conference Finals in the NHL. Florida leads 3-2. Edmonton leads 3-2. In Florida, Edmonton, New York, and Dallas have both came back trailing 3-2. The Rangers did it in 94 against the New Jersey Devils in the Eastern Conference Finals, and Dallas did it in 99 against the Avalanche. So you need to finish your opponents on tonight, this weekend. You go to a Game 7, you give all that momentum you built the past few games right back to the opposing team with home ice in Game 7. So I think both the Rangers and Stars are deep enough to climb out of these holes, but we'll talk about that. We'll talk about all this stuff next week along with the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League draft. It's just kind of unique how everything aligns at the right time, Joey. You know, it's just kind of unique. The big story is the Quebec Remparts, last year's Memorial Cup champions, with Patrick Waugh as head coach. They have already, according to sources on Twitter, they have already contacted the Cape Breton Screaming Eagles, who got the number 1 pick in this year's Quebec Major Junior Hockey League, thanks to the St. John Sea Dogs trading their first-round pick away and the Sea Dogs winning the lottery. So Cape Breton thinks this is a bad draft. Look, there's a center that I like. He's the consensus number 1 player in most boards. Maddox Dagenais. Maddox Dagenais had 42 goals, 39 assists, and 81 points. And yesterday afternoon, the Quebec Remparts contacted Cape Breton discussing a trade for the first pick in the draft. And Cape Breton has number 4 and 16 this year. They have a 2025 first and a 2026 first. And this is all I'm going to say on Maddox Dagenais. There are 3 centers that came out of the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League that are badasses, that are Hall of Famers in their own right. Mario Lemieux, Sidney Crosby, Nate McKinnon. Halifax gave up 3 first-round picks to get Nate McKinnon. They had number 2 and 9. They trade 9, a first-rounder in 2012 and a first-rounder in 2013 back in 2011 for Nate McKinnon. They keep number 2 and Dent Drouin. And what do you know? Halifax beats Baie-Comeau to win the 2013 Quebec Major Junior Hockey League Cup. And then they go on to defeat the Portland Winterhawks in the championship game of the Memorial Cup after losing to Portland in the round robin, who had Seth Jones, who was a top 5 pick that year. The best defenseman in the draft, too, by the way. But, you know, that's an interesting story, Joey. And the reason I bring that up is because Halifax did something bold and unconventional at the time. Trade 3 years of first-round picks for Nate McKinnon, but it got them a championship. Then Nate McKinnon won a championship with the Avalanche nearly a decade later. So Quebec Remparts, they are looking at trading up for the number 1 pick. And here's all I'm going to say about this Maddox kid. If you think he's Maddox Dagenais, if you think he's Nate McKinnon, Sidney Crosby, Mario Lemieux caliber prospect, you do not even entertain the idea of moving number 1 unless you get 4 number 1s back. Because the odds are, I would say there's a 75, 80% chance he's not as good as those 3. You're probably going to say there's a 90% chance he's not as good as those 3, even though you wish the kid the best of luck. But here's the thing. I mean, Quebec has number 4, number 16, a 2025 first, a 2026 first, and Maddox Dagenais has 81 points. The next best players in this draft, one's a left winger that might go to the USHL and come overseas to North America. The other's a defenseman with 6 goals, 10 assists, 16 points. Even if that's the best defenseman in this year's Quebec Major Junior Hockey League draft, I'm not taking a player that had 6 goals, 10 assists, and 16 points in junior hockey as a 15-year-old with the number 1 pick. That's too freaking risky, Joey. It just is. In today's era of hockey, that is not a smart business decision. You might disagree with me, but 6 goals, 10 assists, 16 points over a 24, 30 game season for a defenseman, that's too little of a volume to warrant the number 1 pick. Top 5 pick? Yeah, we can make that argument. If he's the best defenseman in the draft, we can certainly have the conversation of him going top 5, but a volume that little, you don't take a player number 1 when the volume's that little. And this is interesting that Quebec's willing to give up so much to get the top pick, because we could have a trade at number 1, which rarely happens. And it's the defending champions moving up to number 1, which is even more insane. Could you imagine if the Chiefs... Well, Cape Breton made the conference finals this year and still ended up with the number 1 pick. And this is an 81-point player. I would keep the pick and try to win a championship with that player. Because if you keep that player, you legitimately have a window of opportunity to strike. You have a 2 to 4 year window of opportunity to strike, because you took a defenseman number 1 2 years ago, and that defenseman, 6'4", 225, is a projected second-round pick in this year's NHL draft, who's currently on Cape Breton's first line, Thomas Lavoie. So I would keep the pick unless I got 4 number 1s. If I got 4, 16, 2025 first, 2026 first, I would move the pick in a heartbeat. And Tracy said 4, 16, and the 2025 first might be enough to move up to 1 from 4 to 1. And he's right. That legitimately might be enough to get the number 1 pick. But it's a very interesting situation because you've got a team that actually has the capital to move up to number 1. The question is a trade going to happen? Because that's really the only reason I'm even acknowledging the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League this year. They've had the last 4 Memorial Cup champions. That streak's going to end on Sunday when the Saginaw Spirit and London Knights play in Saginaw, Michigan for the Memorial Cup. But, you know, it's just, when's the last time we had a defending champion try to trade up for the number 1 pick in the draft? It's just crazy. Like, if the Chiefs had done this in real life and moved up for Marvin Harrison Jr., people would have dropped F-bombs. People would have lost their shit. And I mean that in the most literal sense possible. Thankfully, NFL GMs are smart enough not to make that type of deal. But let's get back to hockey, because hockey's a different sport, and it's easier to get a star player if you're willing to give up an arm and a leg to get that player. Especially in junior hockey, when you don't even know what the player's going to become when they're eligible for the NHL draft in 2026. See, Lemieux, Crosby, and McKinnon were all special. Every scout in the country knew those guys were going to go number 1 in the NHL draft down the road. Now, the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League has not had a number 1 pick go in the first round of the NHL draft since 2020. So, you know, like 2019, actually. So that's the reason why I'd be a little hesitant about trading up for this player. And number 2, if you get 3 first-round picks, you have to consider trading out, even if this guy does become as good as advertised, even if he becomes better than McKinnon, or he becomes Crosby or Lemieux in the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League. To get that many picks back is an excellent return, and you can build a championship team if you hit on those picks. But it is a big decision, and it's a decision both teams have to weigh with a ton of consideration, because this isn't just a top 5 pick. This is the number 1 pick in the draft, Joey, and that's why it's a big deal. Do you want to add anything to that? I know you're not as passionate about hockey as I am. I just was kind of curious to see if you were going to add something to that. And we are going to talk about the playoff games. But first, I'm going to give you a top 18 mock draft. And I'm coming up with this on the fly. A top 18 NFL mock for 2025. This is just for fun, and I'm doing this on the fly. So this is me improvising here and just having some fun as well. But yeah. Was it Campbell or Banks, or was it somebody else? There's a Georgia left tackle in this draft too, by the way. Yeah, I think it just comes down to value, and it comes down to who steps up in this moment, who owns this moment, because I'm looking at this draft right now, and it's not good. I think there is one guy who may have the upside to be a Pro Bowl QB. There's one guy who may have the upside to be a QB, but he could also end up being the Jamarcus Russell of this draft with another horrible year, and that's Shedeur Sanders. I think his work ethic's better than Russell's, but at the same time, if he doesn't pull it together this year, he does look like a potential bust. That's all I'm saying. And when I say potential bust, I mean he could be. I like, yeah. Because we are going to talk about the playoffs, guys, but I'm doing a mock draft. I'll even screen share what I've done in the mock draft just to give you a better idea of what's going to be available at each pick. You know, I could go with a quarterback for Tampa Bay to groom behind Baker Mayfield. I also looking at receiver, though. I think there is one other receiver besides Luther Burden that stands out. Everybody has Travis Hunter. I think Travis Hunter is the third best receiver. I think the media is way too high on Hunter, even though I do believe he belongs in round one. And you know what? Yeah. Yeah. I'm looking to see. I do have 5 quarterbacks in this preliminary mock, and I have 5 going in the top 12. Charlie Campbell had 4 in the top 10. I have 5 in the top 12, and it's simply based on shock value, but I don't think it's a good quarterback draft. I'm with you entirely on that. But NFL teams, they panic. They panic, and there's like 5 guys who could be NFL starters, but I think there's only 1 Pro Bowler, maybe 2 with Shadur and Ewers, and they're both boomer bust guys. That's the thing, Joey. They're both boomer bust guys. Exactly. And I don't think it's a good quarterback class. I think 2026 might be better, and that's the thing. 2026 doesn't have a blue chip QB right now due to the portal. 2027 could have Dylan Raiola, but Raiola may not beat out Chuba Purdy for the QB job as a freshman. We might just see hypergamy in college football where quarterbacks just monkey branch through the transfer portal trying to get the bigger, better deal, and then just use that as a weapon to boost their draft stock once they get the best deal possible. That might be the future of college football, which kind of sucks. I'm kind of torn on the Bears at 14. I know Keenan Allen's a free agent after this year, so I'm debating between Emeka Egbuka and Travis Hunter here. I think Hunter is a better value at this spot, but I think the Bears would rather have a natural receiver. So I'm going to go, and I think Egbuka is just going to have a huge year for Ohio State because I had a first on him before. So I'm going to give the Vikings Travis Hunter, I guess. And yeah, and this is interesting because the Colts are in a nice spot here. I don't know what the Colts would do at this spot. I'm looking. I feel I don't think they're going to go with a linebacker. This is saying they're going to go with a linebacker. They're going to ignore need and go with a linebacker. I don't necessarily agree with that. I think the Colts, they're going to take the position they neglected in the draft, corner. And then I'm looking at the board here. I'm looking at Bears and Vikings went 8 and 9. Just getting the records updated. I'm just typing a rough draft, and this will lead into we're not going to do mock drafts. We're not going to do a mock draft for every team. We got playoff scenarios to go over, but we'll do like a rough draft for every pick for the non-playoff teams. We'll do a rough draft, give our audience an appetizer to lead into the playoffs here. And the Dolphins, I don't know what the hell's still on the board here. Who's on the board? I think the Dolphins go with a defensive lineman. I just don't know which guy they'll pick. They could also go with a tight end. I think the Dolphins neglected tight end in the draft. Because there were guys on the board that they could have took, and the Dolphins said, you know what, we're just going to add depth at edge rusher, and we're going to rely on Durham Smythe. We're going to rely on him. I don't think that's a smart business strategy. So I think I'll give the Dolphins a tight end, and then to wrap it up, the last non-playoff team is the Texans. The Texans ended up at 18, and I'm going to give the Texans a defensive tackle. Best player on the board is a defensive tackle. So, all right. So, I've got the mock ready to go. I'm going to screen share it. I'm going to screen share the mock, and then you can break down the reasoning for these picks. Don't worry. You're going to have a voice. I'm going to give you the floor. I want to screen share this because I did this in Microsoft Word, by the way, Joey. I went through this in Microsoft Word. So I'm going to go into Microsoft Word here and share my mock. And this is only going to be a top 18 mock since it's still very early in the process, guys. But here we go. Based on the simulator, the number 1 pick is the Tennessee Titans. Charlie Campbell also has the Titans picking at number 1, and he has Shedeur Sanders at 1. Charlie has the Raiders taking Carson Beck at 2. But he also has Quinn Ewers and another QB going in the top 10 of the Giants in Seattle. I don't necessarily agree with that, but I agree with Charlie that Shedeur Sanders will probably be the number 1 pick if the Titans go 2-15. And I think that would be the pick there because with everything the Titans did, getting Calvin Ridley, if you get Calvin Ridley to pair with Hopkins, you get Snead, and you only go 2-15, that's not going to cut it. So the Titans end up with the number 1 pick, and they go with Shedeur Sanders here. And they could go with any of these QBs. They could go with Shedeur. They could go with Ewers, Carson Beck, Cam Ward, or Jalen Milroe. It just depends which of those 5 break out, Joey. And I'm not confident in any of those 5 at the number 1 pick right now, but I think Shedeur is the best of the worst right now, simply put. DeAndre Foreman played for the Panthers. Correction. Foreman played for the Panthers. The other running back you're thinking of was DeMarco Murray, who took over, who was the running back when Henry first got there. But go on. Point remains the same, but Foreman was drafted by the Panthers, I believe. I think the AFC South, there's not a Super Bowl team in the AFC South. I know I'm going to piss off some AFC South fans, but none of the AFC South teams have that number 2 corner that puts them over the top. Ronald Darby's not a good number 2 corner. He's a stopgap. Same could be said with Okudah. Okudah has a high ceiling, but he also has a lower floor than Steven Nelson. That scares the crap out of me if I'm a Texans fan. And the Colts have Dallas Flowers out of Pittsburgh State as their number 2 corner, coming off a season-ending injury. I don't think any of those teams would match up well against the Browns or Bengals, depending on who gets the 5 seed. But let's focus on the draft here. Titans go Shedeur. Patriots, I think the Patriots, a lot of people I want Kelvin Banks or Will Campbell here, but the reality is Elliott Wolf's going to go best player on the board, not draft for need. And if the Patriots need a left tackle, he'll probably get a stopgap in free agency. Maybe he'll reunite Jedrick Wills with Alex Van Pelt. They could take a flyer on Bakhtiari. If Tyron Smith kills it with the Jets and the Jets want to pivot to Olu Fashanu, maybe Tyron Smith gets a year or two in New England. There's also the possibility of Cam Robinson or Walker Little, whoever Jacksonville lets walk, they could potentially start at left tackle in New England. So there are a few free agents on the market. And I think the thought process would be Will Johnson or Luther Burden at 2 and get that left tackle in free agency for Drake May. I think that would be Elliott Wolf's thought process in that scenario, as much as I'd love to have Campbell or Banks. I don't think he's taking a left tackle at 2 unless that's the clear-cut number one player on the Patriots board in this scenario. He completed a pass without looking at the receiver, a no-look pass. It was one of those wow throws. I want Will Johnson because Michigan's the defending champions, but I think it comes down to, does Luther Burden win the Heisman? Because Will Johnson and Benjamin Morrison are both blue chip corners. And if Michigan wins another title, I think Will Johnson's in the discussion to be the number 2 player picked, maybe even the number 1 player picked, despite being a corner. That's the only reason I have Johnson here at 1. This is going to depend on how the season plays out. If Luther Burden wins the Heisman, he'll be the number 2 pick, period. I don't think there will be much of a discussion. Patriots will get a left tackle in free agency. They'll draft Luther Burden, and they'll have Burden, Polk, and Javon Baker as their top 3 receivers for May. And they'll be in a really good spot. As long as that left tackle, whether it be Cam Robinson, Jedrick Wills, as long as that left tackle holds up, they'll be in a good spot. So, and I think the Patriots can get a left tackle in free agency. That's why I think this comes down to Johnson and Burden at this point. Because DJ James is a free agent too. I know keeping it simple, stupid, you usually go with the receiver for the quarterback since that's worked. Scientifically and statistically, that's worked. Not arguing with you. I'm saying Will Johnson might be higher on the Patriots board than Burden. And if that's the case with DJ James as a free agent, you get Will Johnson, you pair him with Christian Gonzalez, and you have a really good 1-2 cornerback punch in that division. That's my counter argument. Not downplaying Burden. Look, I think Javon Baker can be a number 1. I do. I had Javon Baker graded out as a number 1 receiver. That's why I'm comfortable with not taking a receiver at 2. I don't disagree with that Luther Burden isn't the best player on the board, but right now Will Johnson's a little bit better. I think Will Johnson and Luther Burden are 1A and 1B as the 2 best players in the draft. And the Patriots, I'm confident Javon Baker can become a number 1 receiver. I had a second round grade on Javon Baker. The Patriots got him at 110. I think he's going to be the Amon-Ra St. Brown of this draft. He's the Central Florida's best receiver since Brandon Marshall. That is my honest opinion. So, and he's making one-handed catches leading up to the draft. So that is why I go Will Johnson here, because DJ James is a free agent. Jonathan Jones is a free agent. Jonathan Jones is a UFA and he's making over $10 million a year. He's not worth that. So if Jonathan Jones doesn't step up this year, you're going to have Christian Gonzalez and you're going to need another corner to pair with Gonzalez. With Will Johnson and Christian Gonzalez, that's 2 lockdown corners that can make things difficult for Josh Allen, that can make things difficult for Tua. You'll have 2 corners that can combat Waddle and Hill. Maybe not stop them entirely, but limit how much yards they get against you. And Buffalo and the Jets, You'll be able to stop the Jets once Aaron Rodgers retires with that cornerback tandem. So that's my argument for Will Johnson. Not downplaying Luther Burden. I think if you had Burden, Polk, and Baker, you'd have an offense similar to what Burrow had during his rookie deal for Drake May. So I think your argument's just as valid, but I like Will Johnson slightly more than Burden at this point. But Burden could overtake Johnson by the end of the season. Yeah, and speaking of number 3, the Denver Broncos, they get Luther Burden. So they have Cortland Sutton, they have Luther Burden, and they have Troy Franklin and Marvin Mims competing for the slot receiver job for Bo Nix in year 2. So that's pretty good core to have for Bo Nix, because I don't know, can you get out of Sutton's contract, or do you even want to get out? Because Marvin Mims contributed as a rookie, but if you draft Luther Burden, I am looking at Sutton's contract, Joey. I'm not saying to buy out Sutton. Sutton's your best receiver, but at the same token, it's like, well, if you're picking Luther Burden at 3, he might be able to replace Sutton if you want to buy him out and create more cap space. Okay, so Cortland Sutton is... Broncos have Cortland Sutton until 2026. This year and next year. Next year, you're looking at Luther Burden having a cap hit. Next year, looking at Cortland Sutton having a cap hit of $17.8 million and having a dead cap of $3 million. So you'll be able to cut Sutton and save $14 million in cap space, and then you could bring in Luther Burden as his replacement. So you'd have Burden, you'd have Mims, and you'd have Troy Franklin all on rookie deals, and you'd have an additional $14 million to spend on defense or to extend Surtain or whatever you wanted to do with that $14 million. It's there. And I wouldn't cut Sutton. I'd see if somebody's willing to take on his contract and trade him like Diggs. The reality is, if the Broncos are picking at 3 and Luther Burden's there, Sutton's gone. Because you have 3 good receivers in Sutton, Marvin Mims, and Troy Franklin. But the reality is, Luther Burden could be even better than Sutton. And I just don't think the Broncos pass on that if he's there at 3. Yeah, because Cortland Sutton's 20, he's 28, going to be turning 29 soon. And Cortland Sutton, I'm looking at Cortland Sutton's age. He is 28 right now. He'll turn 29 on October 10th. So Cortland Sutton will be approaching his 30s next year when he's in the final year of his contract. So that's the perfect time to move Sutton, because if he's still in his 20s, you could still get a premium for him like the Bills got with Diggs. So that's... Well, we're saving that for the playoffs. Joey, can we please save the playoff teams for the playoffs? I know you want to talk about certain stars because it's more exciting for you as a fan, but I want to get through these picks and I want to get through the playoffs. And it's important. You're right. It's important. But I'm also looking at certain scenarios here. Seattle, if Seattle is picking at number 4, they're drafting a quarterback, because I have Seattle and Arizona both going 5-12. If Seattle's picking ahead of Arizona, they're taking the second quarterback. I currently have Quinn Ewers here, but Carson Beck could end up going here. I have 2 other quarterbacks in the discussion to go here. I've got Quinn Ewers here for now. I'm not confident that holds up, because what is Ewers going to do without his weapons? If Ewers regresses without worthy without his weapons, then he's a product of the supporting cast, not vice versa. So that's the big thing to look at with Ewers. That's the problem. Teams are going to reach for quarterbacks. Charlie Campbell's got 4 QBs going in the top 10. He's got Shadur at 1. He's got Beck at 2. He's got the Giants taking a QB to replace Daniel Jones, and he's got Seattle taking Ewers at 10. So teams are going to reach for quarterbacks. I don't agree with it either, man. But that's the reality we're in. Because I believe Geno Smith has 2 years left on his deal, and I also believe that Sam Howell has 2 years left on his rookie deal too. So if Ewers goes to Seattle, he'll have to earn the job in camp. He'll be starting by 2026, but he won't be guaranteed to be the day one starter. That's all I'm saying. But if the Seahawks are picking this high, they probably will pick a quarterback. That's just the reality of the NFL. And you also have Corey Curtis, too, if he makes the final roster. I'm not saying he will, but I'm saying if he does, it does change the dynamic of that quarterback room to a degree. And the thing with Ewers is he has a higher ceiling than Sam Howell, but he might have a lower floor than Howell, too, which is the other thing. I do not see value in floor quarterbacks. If you are a floor player, not a ceiling player, I don't want you on my team. You're basically a backup. You are here to ride the bench and mentor the rookies, and if you don't like it, I'll let somebody else take you. I will not pay you. That's just, I've never been a fan of floor players. I want high ceiling players. I do not want floor players on my team. Because floor players, even though they have value, they have limitations. And I don't want players with limitations. That's just my personal opinion. But, you know, this is where Joey and I differ. Look, it is. I mean, this is the thing. If Jacoby Brissett plays out of his mind, it's because Chukwuma Okorafor is his left tackle. The Patriots got the Steelers' right tackle who used to play left tackle at Western Michigan, and they're gambling on him as a left tackle. So if Brissett does well, I'm giving Okorafor all of the credit, and I'm giving Brissett none, because Brissett was number 15 out of 15 on my QB rankings. I had Kevin Hogan and Kessler ahead of him, and I had Okorafor as my number 2 tackle in the 2018 draft behind Mike McGlinchey. So I'm giving Okorafor all the credit as the blind side if Brissett does well. That if he does well, it's because of Okorafor at left tackle. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying if Brissett does well, it'll be due to Okorafor having a comeback season. That and that alone. I'm not dismissing Brissett. I'm saying Okorafor is a guy who I had an all-pro grade on. I had him grade ahead of Orlando Brown. And if he plays up to that level, there's a chance Brissett looks semi-competent. But it really comes down to Okorafor. Cole Strange is going to be out for the first half of the season, too, by the way. So who's starting at left guard until Cole Strange comes back in the second half of the year? That's the other thing. This is why you always keep track of the injuries and the depth charts, Joey. Instead of just keeping it simple, stupid, and looking at momentum, you always look at the depth charts. Drew Sanders tore his ACL. He's out for the year for Denver. He's the backup. He was the 3rd-round pick out of Arkansas that people thought had a high ceiling. We weren't high on him, but again, that second year of development could have been big for him. Jewel's gone. There's websites that allow you to keep track of rosters and depth charts, and I will go through all of them like a bookworm, studying midterms. And your thought process is a little different. You just want to enjoy the offseason and see how things play out. Whereas I'm going through all the depth charts, all the analytics, all the training camps, whatever, and basing my predictions based off that and based off of what I've seen in college from players. Sometimes I'm right. Yeah, that too. But here's yeah, okay, fair enough. The Cardinals, I'm giving them a number 1 corner. Benjamin Morrison, Notre Dame. This guy is going to challenge Will Johnson to be the number 1 corner in the draft. The Cardinals don't have a true number 1 corner. Benjamin Morrison locked down Marvin Harrison Jr. Now he gets to play with Marvin Harrison Jr. And while the Cardinals still need an edge rusher, they've got the corners to shut down the pass defense. Marvin Harrison Jr., Kyler Murray looks like he's showing up early to OTAs. He's really maturing. So, the Cardinals, they get Benjamin Morrison, they're going to be a playoff team by 2026. They just are. Because they're due to, they have the offense to win 8 or 9 games, but I don't know if they have the defense to make that leap yet. But if they get a player like Morrison, they could be a team that makes a leap in 2025, 2026. You forgot the Cardinals took Trey Benson. You forgot the Cardinals drafted Trey Benson, 3rd round. I know I'm going off topic, but Trey Benson, a running back you liked, he's the backup to James Conner now. So I'm saying you gotta say, you know what? Doesn't matter if he's a rookie. That's your problem. You basically say rookies, if they're not 1st-round picks, they don't have value because they lack experience. That doesn't mean they'll never have value. They just don't have value right out of the gate. Look, I'm with you on Benson because Benson was not a pass blocker in college, but he does everything else at a high level. So let him learn behind James Conner and earn it. Let him learn behind Conner, who's the perfect mentor to him, and earn it. So I do think the Cardinals have a bright future, but I also feel like they're a year away. They still need better edge rushers. I love their interior. I think they have a good offensive line outside of the center position. McBride, Marvin Harrison Jr., the running game, they do have a lot going for them, but I also feel like they're a year away, Joey. That's all I'm going to say on the Cardinals. I'm not anointing him. I'm just saying you can't dismiss the idea of him exceeding your expectations either. Because I think from a college football standpoint, you think from an NFL standpoint, because that's just where we're at. Let's just be real with each other and let's just move on to the next pick because it's 10:50 a.m. I want to get to the playoffs by 11. The Saints, they're going to get another tackle. They're going to get Trevor Penning's replacement, Kelvin Banks Jr. out of Texas. So you have Spencer Rattler taking over for Derek Carr, and you have Kelvin Banks Jr. as your left tackle and Fuaga as your right tackle. That is and Rattler will make strides in year 2 because Coach Dennis Allen already said Rattler's going to compete for the starting job. Derek Carr has not been handed the starting job. So if that is the case, then this scenario, Spencer Rattler, after learning under Carr and Haener for a year, he's going to start in year 2, and he's going to have Kelvin Banks and Fuaga as his bookend tackles. And I've got the Commanders getting... And this is Clint Kubiak. So Clint Kubiak, he has 2 tackles on rookie deals, and he's got Spencer Rattler for 3 more years. And Rattler could break out in 2025 after learning under Haener and Carr. And number 7, the Commanders get Will Campbell, left tackle LSU. So Jane Daniels and Will Campbell are reunited in the nation's capital. So that is number 7. Number 8 is Carson Beck. Look, Carson Beck does not impress me. There's a lot of Georgia fans getting in my grill saying, you don't have any credibility. You need to delete this mock draft because you don't have... Look, there's a YouTube video with every single throw Carson Beck made from 2023 after he took over for Stetson Bennett. Carson Beck has the footwork. He is more accurate than Dak Prescott, but he's also a poor man's Ryan Tannehill when it comes to arm strength and velocity. And I see a quarterback that can make 3 to 4 progressions, but not all 6. If he makes a leap this year, I'll move him up. If he leads Georgia to a national title, wins a Heisman, wins the first 12-team college football playoff, he'll probably go number 1, even if he doesn't check every box on tape. That's not because he's good. That's because this quarterback draft is that fucking mid. Joey knows I'm right. Fair enough. I respect that. But yeah, Carson Beck would be an upgrade over Daniel Jones at this point. Number 9, Carolina. They get James Pierce Jr., edge rusher, Tennessee. He had 10 sacks as an edge rusher off the bench. He'll be a full-time starter this year. If he can have another year with 10 sacks, he could potentially work his way into the top 5. Actually, Tankathon has him going to Carolina number 1 overall. And honestly, I could see it. If Carolina is the worst team in the league, I could see it. But Carolina at number 9, they get James Pierce Jr. out of Tennessee. Number 10. Yeah, Bill Dozier mocked him to the Patriots at number 2. And I was like, really? You think he's going to be... I mean, look, if he's there and he dominates again this year, I have 0 issue with putting him at 1. But he had 10 sacks as a bench player. Let's see him get 10 sacks as starter, and then we can have a conversation about him going in the top 5. I'm saying he's got the upside to be a Pro Bowl talent, but I'm not crowning him a blue chip player. I'm not crowning him a blue chip player. Show us that 10-sack season wasn't a fluke, and we'll put you in the blue chip category. That's all I'm saying. Earn it. Earn it, we'll put you in that tier. Earn it. We're not handing it to you. Earn it, and we'll put you in that tier. That's all I'm saying. And I think Pierce has the motor and skill set to earn it. So let's see what happens. But right now he's at number 9. But he could be in the top 5 by the end of the year. This could very easily be a draft where an edge rusher goes number 1. Because right now, Pierce is the only edge rusher in my top 18. And simply that and the fact that it's a bad QB draft may tempt a team to take an edge rusher here. Buccaneers at 10. I'm going Tatoria McMillan, Arizona. I saw McMillan catching some one-handed passes in spring training. I think McMillan's going to be a stud. I think he's going to challenge Luther Burden for wide receiver 1. And Chris Godwin's a UFA after the season. And since the Buccaneers already paid Baker and Mike Evans, and they paid Antoine Winfield, I think that's a clear indicator that the Buccaneers are going to move on from Godwin after this year, who's a UFA. So I have the Buccaneers taking McMillan. Joey thought I was going to give the Buccaneers a QB to replace Baker Mayfield. No. There's a blue chip receiver on the board. It's a very mid QB group, and basically you're getting Cam Ward or Jalen Milroe. While I like both of those QBs 2-3 years down the road, I don't think either guy can beat out Baker Mayfield in training camp for a starting job. So instead of giving the Buccaneers a QB, I'm going to use common sense and give them a receiver to replace Godwin, who's a UFA. And I think Teoria McMillan on a rookie deal is a great value pick for Tampa Bay at 10. It's in Miami. Tony Mario is a season ticket holder in Tampa. He is. Tony Mario is a season ticket holder in Tampa. I would go to a Jags Tampa Bay game if Tony got us tickets. If Tony got us tickets, I would go to a game. I would make sure to get you a seat, and all three of us could hang out. But I don't know if he wants to do that. But I'd be willing to do that if Tony. Fair enough. I don't blame you. Miami's nice. I think you should go to Tampa Bay. Tony Mario said there's a lot of good restaurants there because I'm considering going to a Buccaneers game if Tony. I obviously have to pay for my ticket, but if Tony reserved a seat and showed me, okay, this is where you go if you want a ticket, I would take him up on that offer. But we have our QB run here at 11 and 12, Joey. At number 11, the Las Vegas Raiders. They shock everybody. And they draft Cam Ward out of the U. Yeah, I have two QBs that I think have first round potential, but I like Cam Ward slightly more than Jalen Milroe. And the Jalen Milroe beat Carson Beck. So anybody who says Jalen Milroe doesn't belong in the first round, for starters, I think one scout has Jalen Milroe as their top QB in this year's draft, and he beat Carson Beck in the SEC title. So if Milroe beats Carson Beck again when Georgia goes to Tuscaloosa in September, he's going to enter the first round conversation, whether you like it or not. And Kalen DeBoer, he did get Michael Penix. He did coach up Michael Penix. So, I'm just saying. And right now, Justin Fields and Wilson are both on one-year deals. So if the Steelers do not extend either guy before September and they finish 7-10 and Milroe's there, they're taking Milroe. They might start him out off the bench and give Justin Fields a 2-year team-friendly deal, but they're going to ease Milroe into that QB of the future role. That's just the And Ken hates that. Ken LeBlanc hates when coaches take quarterbacks' ability to run the ball away. He hates that because he loves dual threat quarterbacks. He wants a dual threat. He's not going to draft a quarterback if they're not a dual threat. And it's funny. That's the reason Kurt Warner became a pocket QB. Kurt Warner used to scramble at Northern Iowa, but Northern Iowa's coaches told him, you're not playing on my team unless you become a pocket QB. And Kurt Warner had to adapt, and he made it despite the odds. Look, Justin Fields can make all 6 progressions like CJ Stroud, but the problem with Fields is his internal clock. He holds on to the ball too long. His internal clock is just not what you want from a QB. And that's the thing. I'm great at pinpointing quarterbacks' progressions, but I don't really put as much stock into their internal clock as I should. It's important, but you also want a QB that has the progressions. The progressions, because if you have a QB with a good internal clock, but they only make 1 or 2 progressions, that's a boom or bust prospect depending on the reads they make. Whereas you have a QB that makes 6 progressions, holds on to the ball 4 or 5 seconds, unless they're special like Mahomes, they're not going to make it. Unless they're special, they're not going to make it. See, that's another thing we've got to look at when evaluating quarterbacks. We look at the footwork, we look at the progressions. We don't really look at the internal clock to see if it's congruent. Because you tried to tell me in 2021 that Fields, despite having the progressions, the internal clock's not there. And we've seen the result in the NFL. It's been kind of incongruent. I'm not saying Fields is a bust, but the results have been incongruent. You cannot deny that. Fields looks great as a runner, but the results are mixed as a pocket passer. So you cannot deny the results. So that's just well, the Bears fired Luke Getsy and they brought in the Seahawks offensive coordinator because the Seahawks offensive coordinator wanted to coach Caleb Williams. Once the Bears knew they were getting Caleb, teams left Seattle to go coach Caleb. And I'm not saying Milroe can't be the guy. I just haven't seen Milroe make multiple progressions. I think his internal clock might be better than Fields, but the progressions are still a question mark with Milroe. If he shows that's not an issue this year, Milroe could be a riser. He could even challenge Shadur to be the number one QB. It's that wide open at QB this year. It's not a good QB draft. We got to get to number 13, the Chargers. We're charging here with this mock draft. Deon Walker, nose tackle, Kentucky. He swatted some passes. Carson Beck threw. Carson Beck was 11 for 11 against Kentucky, and then Walker swatted the first incompletion Carson Beck threw in the Georgia-Kentucky game. Deon Walker looks like a blue chip nose tackle. Chargers need that in the worst way possible. So they get Deon Walker here at 13, Kentucky nose tackle. The Bears, he is. I considered putting him at Denver at 3. I think if Luther Burden goes second, he goes third to Denver. But at the same time, outside of Denver, I can't really pinpoint a team that needs a nose tackle. Seattle took Byron Murphy. The Cardinals have good starters in depth at nose tackle. The Commanders, the Saints have stability there. The Giants extended Dex Lawrence. Panthers could be an option if Pierce is off the board. Vikings could be an option, but I have them picking at 15. At 14, I have the Bears picking Emeka Egbuka out of Ohio State because Keenan Allen's a free agent after this year. You drafted Rome Odunze. If you don't want to pay Keenan Allen, why not draft another weapon for Caleb? And Emeka Egbuka, I have him slightly ahead of Travis Hunter. Evan Williams out of Oregon could also be in this discussion. I think Burden and McMillan are the top two receivers, and then it's Evan Stewart versus Egbuka versus Travis Hunter. And I went Egbuka for now. He was the number 2 receiver, Joey. He was the number 2 receiver last year, not the number 3. He was the number 2. And he can run every route on the route tree. No, he was the number 2 receiver on Ohio State last year. Cade Stover was the tight end. Maybe you're thinking Marvin's number 1, Stover's the number 2 target, even though he's a tight end and this guy's number 3. Maybe that was what you were thinking, but he was the number 2 receiver on Ohio State, and he made the big plays against Notre Dame last year. So when Notre Dame had Cam Hart and Morrison. So I like Egbuka. I have him. And at 15, I have Travis Hunter. Vikings get another slot receiver as well as another corner. They can play him on offense and defense, and they get Travis Hunter here. So Travis Hunter falls to the Vikings. I know Hunter's... We know the Vikings need a corner, but, I mean... Yep. And next pick is the Colts. I went Denzel Burke, Ohio State. Denzel Burke, we're surprised he went back to college. I really like Torrey Horton out of Colorado State. I mean, Torrey Horton wowed me against Colorado. I think Torrey Horton could enter the day one discussion like Xavier Legette did if he dominates. Because last year, Xavier Legette and Torrey Horton were the last two receivers in college football to drop a pass, and Torrey Horton went back to Colorado State. So I think Torrey Horton could sneak into round one, but I think the top four guys we mentioned, Burden, McMillan, Egbuka, and Hunter are going to go ahead of him. But I do think he has a chance to sneak into round one. He's a long shot. There's also a sophomore redshirt on Stanford who's pretty good, who dominated against Colorado last year. But, I do think there's an outside chance that Torrey Horton, Colorado State, gets into round one. But he's a long shot right now. Because right now, the Colts' number one corner is Juju Brents, their 2023 second-round pick, who's great in man and press coverage, great against the run, but he's a liability in zone coverage. And Gus Bradley runs a lot of zone. The number two corner is Dallas Flowers out of Pittsburgh State, which, honestly, Flowers is in a contract year. I respect the Colts for letting him play out his contract, but honestly, if Flowers does not ball out this year or take a leap, he's going to get replaced. And I think the Colts are looking at this board, and they probably already decided last year that if they can't get a corner in the first three rounds of the draft, they're probably just going to let Flowers play out the contract and replace him in next year's draft. I bet Ballard and his team have already thought that far ahead. Yeah, the Dolphins are going to get another weapon for Tua. Colson Loveland out of Michigan goes to Miami at 17. And the Texans get Mason Graham, another Michigan Wolverine, at 18. So that's the top 18 for now. Yeah, there's a defensive tackle on Ole Miss that Charlie Campbell has in the top five, former five-star recruit. There is. There is a defensive tackle on There's a defensive tackle on Ole Miss that Charlie Campbell has in the top 10. And right now, I think it's very interesting because right now, I want to see where Tankathon has the Ole Miss defensive tackle. But I was having this conversation with Marcus Beer. Malachi Starks is still on the board. JT Tuimoloau still on the board. Evan Stewart still on the board. Walter Nolan, that's the guy, Ole Miss defensive tackle. I think he's a first-round prospect. But I was telling Marcus Beer, there's as many as 7 defensive tackles that could go in the top 100 this year. This is a really good defensive tackle group. That's probably why some NFL teams shied away from defensive tackles this year. Not that this group is bad, but they probably saw the writing on the wall that 2025 could be even better. And that's a big reason why certain players drop in drafts, especially in a draft as offensive heavy as last year. He wasn't even the best defensive tackle on his own team. Tyleik Williams, Ohio State. Tyleik Williams was Ohio State's best defensive tackle last year. He went back. And the other Ohio State defensive tackle that got more snaps than Hall went back. So Hall declared. Figured it he was going to drop to day 3. I mentioned the defensive tackle group in scouting college football. I already had a conversation with Marcus Beer about the defensive tackle group. I'd say 4 or 5. You just want the curiosity. I want to figure out the thread. I posted a defensive tackle thread in Scouting College Football. I want to find it and see what I said. I do, because I had this conversation with Marcus Beer a few days ago, and I did. I want to look at the 2025 NFL draft. Let's try that. I know I posted something a while ago about the 2025 draft. It was a defensive tackle. It's a defensive tackle. I don't even remember where I did it. I'm Googling. See, the problem is I'm Googling. It's showing me everything on Facebook. It's not just showing me. Yeah, you know what? Let's try typing in my name. Let's try that. I know it's very self-centered what I'm doing, but if I type in my name, I'll find it, because I posted this like a month ago. Yeah, there's like the poll questions. There's the poll questions. I'm just trying to find the poll, because there's just a bunch of spam. Here we go. I found it. Honestly, I won't be surprised if we see 10 defensive tackles go in the top 100. I didn't post this, but 2025 looks strong at D tackle. I found this on Twitter. Deion Walker, Mason Graham, Walter Nolan, Kenneth Grant, Michigan, Howard Cross, Notre Dame, Tyleik Williams, Ohio State. I think all 6 of those guys could go in the first round. Riley Mills, he was another guy that stood out, because last year when scouting the defensive tackles for 2024, Williams, Cross, and Mills were guys I were looking at for 2024. You've got Zane Durant out of Penn State. You have Bear Alexander, USC. And you have Dante Corleone, who is listed as the 10th best defensive tackle. And we've already talked about Corleone in the podcast. That's just the top 10 defensive tackles for 2025. That's why teams shied away from defensive tackles. They were looking at that already and said, you know what, next year's group looks a lot better. Let's just reload then. He would have been a day 3 pick in next year's draft. He would have been a day 3 pick in next year's draft. Okay? Let's be real. And it's not that he's terrible. It's that next year's class just has a lot more talent than this year's group. I mean, I would rather take a defensive tackle than a quarterback. If I'm an NFL team, I'm looking at it. I'm taking a defensive tackle over a quarterback and getting a stopgap in free agency. Just the talent speaks for itself. It's top heavy like 2019, but it's also deep like 2022, 2023 was a few years ago. That's basically the strongest position in my opinion. But let's get to the playoffs. We've kept our audience waiting long enough. We're getting to the playoffs. And the first game on Amazon Prime. Amazon Prime is getting a wild card this year. And the first game is Browns Jaguars on Amazon Prime. Yes. Amazon Prime, Al Michaels and Kirk Herbstreit. They are calling. Wow, we got some people in the chat room. Shoot. Who commented in the chat room? You were doing good. Artistic Dolt. Hey, you were doing good. Can you see my chats? Hey, bro, how's it going? And then the devil who stole. Hey, bro, how's it going? Have you ever kissed? Yes, I've kissed some girls, but I'm not going to talk about that because it's not professional. I got to carry myself with integrity here. Yeah, and we're going to get. Yeah. I know you want to bust my chops and roast me here, but, this isn't. I got to carry myself. Yeah, exactly. You don't get very many opportunities to try to roast me, but I don't talk about my body count or my business off the air because it doesn't set a good example for future content creators and kids that are listening to our sports podcast that want to become YouTubers one day. It doesn't set a good example for the younger viewers. It doesn't. So we're going to Amazon Prime. It's Browns, Jaguars. The Browns are going to win. The Browns aren't just going to win, they're going to decimate Jacksonville. I have the Browns leading 28-10 at halftime and winning 45-17. That's the good news. The bad news is Joey is going to be sitting next to Urban Meyer. And Urban Meyer is going to be happy that the Jaguars are losing, so much so that he's trying to high five Joey. And Joey's going to be like, dude, what did you do to your kicker? What did you do to your punter? I'd like to know what you did with your special teams. He's just going to keep interrogating Urban Meyer like John Taffer on Bar Rescue. And then they're going to show Joey and Urban Meyer on camera. And Al Michaels is going to be like, that Browns fan is a savage for refusing to high-five Urban Meyer. And then Kirk's going to defend you. And he's going to be like, it's his choice. Program through recruiting. Yeah, he's an A-list recruiter, but he's a C-list coach at the college level. At the NFL level, he's a C-list, C-minus list recruiter, and what grade would you give Urban Meyer as a coach? Would it be an F or would it be like worse than an F? I feel like it'd be worse than an F. It'd be its own category and not in a good way. Yeah, but I have the Browns, and the reason I don't like the AFC South this year is the Texans have Okuda as their number 2 corner. The team with the best cornerback tandem in that division is the Titans with Awuzie, with Snead, but at the same time, they have Will Levis at QB, and I feel like I think Latham's going to have a rough rookie year at left tackle. I know the Titans scouts wanted Fashanu, but Bill Callahan wanted Latham, and Titans GM Rand Carthon sided with Callahan over his scouts. That created a lot of friction. So, I don't blame Carthon for doing that, but at the same time, that is an interesting tidbit. But I don't think any of these AFC South teams have a good number 2 corner, and that's going to matter. That's going to matter against the Bengals. That's going to matter against the Browns. It's going to matter against the Jets, Chiefs, and Ravens. So the Browns win, and frankly, they win in very brutal fashion. I think Watson goes off. I think Watson has 4 or 5 touchdowns in Duval. I do. Because Watson's kicked ass at OTAs. I think Watson just goes off in Jacksonville, and Lawrence just has a one touchdown, 4 interception type game. He has a game like he did against the Chargers where he throws 4 picks, but he doesn't get the touchdowns to make up for it. And it's not that Lawrence is bad. It's just that the Browns defense is that good. And Mike Vrabel's basically screaming 2-0. He's basically screaming that I'm 2-0 in my last 2 games against the Jaguars, even though the Jaguars beat the Browns in week 2. Because Mike Vrabel, he ended the Jaguars season last year in week 18, and now he ends the Jaguars season the wild card. And he's basically saying 2-0 during the game. And all the Browns fans like Myles Garrett, they're nodding their head in approval. Like, yeah, this coach is a bad motherfucker. They're not saying it, but they're thinking it, and they're loving what Vrabel's doing for the team. Yeah, and I don't just have the Browns winning. I have the Browns winning by a massive margin, 45-17. I have them leading 28-10 at halftime. So if the Browns win by that many points, Joey's going to expect them to beat their next opponent. Even if they lose in the divisional round, he's going to expect them to win because he's a bigger proponent of momentum than I am. So if they win that by that many points, the Texans didn't make the playoffs. The Browns would either play the Jets, Chiefs, or Ravens, depending on what happens here. And the next game is on Peacock, ladies and gentlemen. It is on Peacock. The 49ers Lions rematch at Ford Field is only going to be available on Peacock. So if you didn't pay $500 to go to Ford Field, you got to get Peacock or you're shit out of luck. And you get to listen to Todd Blackledge and Ian Eagle or Noah Eagle or whoever commentates that game. So, but the Lions are going to win, and Dan Campbell is going to make Mr. Clean proud with his flexing after he outmaneuvers Kyle Shanahan. And Kyle Shanahan's going to win the regular season meeting against Detroit, but it'll be Detroit that has the last laugh in the playoffs. I've got the Lions winning this one 31-17 by 2 touchdowns. I was thinking about making it a 3-touchdown game. I love Terry and Arnold. I think Terry and Arnold with Carlton Davis, that's going to be a tough tandem to throw on. You're going to have Branch at nickel. You're still going to have Melifonwu. You're still going to have Kirby Joseph. Lions are going to be tougher this year. Jameson Williams is breaking out. You just paid Amon-Ra St. Brown. I think the Lions win this game by multiple touchdowns, and they make the proper adjustments. And with the crowd, they find a way to get this done. And so the Philadelphia Eagles are the 1 seed. The Detroit Lions are the 2 seed. So the Eagles and Lions have home field in the next round. That's all we know right now with the NFC, Joey. But the Eagles and Lions are the top 2 seeds right now. I feel like the Lions have nailed their last 3 drafts. They nailed the 2021 draft. They nailed 2022. I thought they kind of whiffed in 2023. I know you were a big proponent of the culture change, but I look at upside. Culture is secondary compared to upside and ceilings. It's important, don't get me wrong, but it's like 3rd or 4th on my list of things I look for. But you know what? Because the Lions had those 2 good drafts, they got the benefit of the doubt in 2023, and I thought they had a really good 2024 draft, at least in the early rounds. I thought in the later rounds, they kind of whiffed on some picks. They hit on Laporta, but Jack Campbell already got benched, and Gibbs is a number 2 running back. That's the bottom line. Even if they did well in 2023 and showed promise, that doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things if they don't become starters by the end of this season. That's just the reality. If first-round picks get held to a higher standard, I'm not saying they're not talented football players. That's not what I'm saying, Joey. Please. You took Gibbs at 12 and Jack Campbell at 18. And Joey talked about them being culture changers, giving Brad Holmes the benefit of the doubt. And they showed promise early. But Derek Barnes took back the middle linebacker job down the stretch. And Gibbs was the number 2 guy to Montgomery. And the truth is the Lions only gave Gibbs 20 carries when Montgomery was injured. They pretty much eased him in, hoping he'd have a higher workload down the road. But the thing is, Gibbs can be the guy. Brian Branch is a really good nickel corner. But yeah, the Lions have dominated the first 2 rounds of the draft. They got Amon-Ra St. Brown in round 4 when the Browns should have took him. And listen to me, instead of taking that guy out of Auburn. But that's neither here or there. The Lions and Browns are both in round 2. We're on to Sunday. And we start with CBS, 1 p.m., Bengals Jets. Yes, the Bengals and Jets are playing at 1 p.m. Eastern, but the NFL decides to be assholes and put Ron Torbert in this game. So the Jets win a 24-23 nail-biter where the Bengals open up as favorites, but because of Ron Torbert, And because of Greg Zuerlein, the freaking Jets knock out Joe Burrow. So, sorry, Bengals fans. The Jets win thanks to fucking Ron Torbert. Well, Ron Torbert gets a wild card game instead of an AFC championship. If the NFL wants the Bengals to win Super Bowl 60 instead of 59, what better way to have Ron Torbert show up for a wild card game where the Bengals play the Jets, and then Ron Torbert ends up bailing out the Jets. And now the Bengals hate the Jets just as much as the Chiefs, but not as much as the Chiefs. If you exclude the rookie year, but the Jets have a number one corner. That's the thing. The Jets have Sauce Gardner. That's the one corner that can lock down Jamar Chase. That is the one corner in the AFC that can keep Jamar Chase to 50 yards and no touchdowns. If the Jets did not have Sauce Gardner, I would pick the Bengals. But Sauce Gardner's the one guy who can limit Jamar Chase in this game. And DJ Reader's played like a good number two corner. I think he can limit what Higgins does. I just don't think the Bengals did enough. They're going to start Trent Brown over Amarius Mims. I don't think they improved enough at tight end. And I love what the Jets did. They added Braylon Allen. They added Isaiah Davis for depth behind Breece Hall. And if their offensive line is healthy, they can give all three of those running backs 10 carries a game and freaking wear you down to take pressure off Rodgers. And that's a big thing. That's going to give the Jets a huge time of possession advantage. And he's one of them. And the Jets and the Bengals have an interior lineman that can stop Quinnen Williams. I mean, it's not that the Bengals have a decent interior offensive line, but Quinnen Williams is a force at defensive tackle. He's one of the best defensive tackles in the league. And the Bengals right now, they have Alex Kopp at right guard. They have Ted Karras at center. And they have Cordell Volson at left guard. Two floor players on the interior. The only high ceiling player is the right guard. The right guard, the Bengals, I forget his name. Shit. Bengals right guard. Alex Kappa. Alex Kappa is the only guy that I could see limiting Quinnen Williams on that offensive line. And I think he would need a double team from Karras. I think that's the only way you neutralize. And if you do that, you open things up for Jermaine Johnson. You open things up for Will McDonald. You open things up for the other defensive linemen on this really deep Jets front seven. So that's why I think the Jets. I think if a Mims was starting instead of Trent Brown, I think the Bengals would have a chance. But if Trent Brown is starting over Mims, I think the Jets win this. I know Trent Brown had a good Pro Football Focus grade, but he was absolutely abysmal at left tackle for the Patriots. He was better as a right tackle when the Patriots won Super Bowl. He was the right tackle to Isaiah Wynn. Once Belichick made him the left tackle over Wynn, that led to the destruction of the Patriots' offensive tackle situation. But, I've got the Jets moving on, and we still don't know who's going to play the Ravens. Because if the Bills beat the Chiefs, Buffalo heads to Baltimore, and the Browns head to New York to take on the Jets. So we don't know yet what's going to happen. So we go to Fox here. Yeah, we head to Fox here. We head to Fox. We're going to save that game for Sunday night, Bills-Chiefs. We're heading to Fox now. It's Tom Brady calling the Packers-Rams game. And here is where I have another upset, Joey. I have the Packers going into LA and beating the Rams in a nail-biter 31-30. If Aaron Donald was still playing, I would pick the Rams because I think Jared Verse, I love what the Rams did in the draft with Verse, with Braden Fisk. But Jordan Love is just a little bit more experienced, a little bit more lethal, and I think the Rams cornerbacks are weaker than the Cowboys corners that Love torched last year. So I have Jordan Love winning this game in a nail-biter. I have Stafford avoiding turnovers, but the Packers just do a little bit more to come out on top. And it's the Green Bay Packers that are heading to Philadelphia to take on the Eagles in the divisional round. So I agree. But I think the Packers are a little bit better than the Jets because remember, the Rams defensive coordinator was Raheem Morris. He's now on the Falcons. So Sean McVay, the Packers lost their. I trust the Packers defensive coordinator a little bit more than the Rams. So I think they win by a landslide. Sunday Night Football on NBC with Collinsworth and Tirico is going to be Josh Allen versus Mahomes. Every game between Allen and Mahomes was called by Jim Nantz and Tony Romo. That trend is bucked as Chris Collinsworth and Mike Tirico get to call a Josh Allen Mahomes playoff game. And Collinsworth refers to both quarterbacks as the guys. And it's basically the blue guy just threw a first down. The red guy just ran for a touchdown. And it's just, it is... Yep, that's what we're getting. We're getting a playoff game between Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes with Chris Collinsworth calling the game instead of Jim Nantz. That's what we're getting. So, you know, the Bills don't have a proven number one receiver. You have Keon Coleman, you have Khalil Shakir, and you have Shakir and Coleman, and you brought in Curtis Samuel. Those are your top three weapons, I don't think those weapons can beat the Chiefs' corners. I have the Chiefs winning 24-21, but I have the Bills leading with 12 seconds left in the game, and then Mahomes just throws a freaking Hail Mary to Worthy, and the Chiefs win on the final play of the game. So it's basically a Hail Mary scenario where the Chiefs get lucky against the Bills. It's a Hail Mary scenario where the Chiefs throw a Hail Mary and they actually convert it. That's how the Bills lose. They're ahead with 7 seconds left, and it's even worse than the 13 seconds where the Bills lost in overtime because they lose in regulation with 7 seconds left. And Mahomes just throws a Hail Mary. And you got Xavier Worthy, Rashee Rice, Marquez Brown on a one-year team-friendly deal, Noah Gray in a contract year along with Kels. There's just too many weapons. As good as the Bills are, the Chiefs just have more weapons. And even if the Bills do everything right and have the lead with 7 seconds left, Mahomes is going to pull a Hail Mary out of his ass, and that's going to keep the Chiefs three-peat alive for one more week. I have the Bills barely getting in at 10-7, and I had the Bills starting like 4-5 or 10-6. I had the Bills finishing 10-7, edging out Miami, Jacksonville, edging out Miami, Houston, and Indianapolis. And I had the Bills starting the year out 2-5, 3-4 actually. I had the Bills starting the year 4-5, and then they went on a run. They beat the Colts in week 10 in Indy. They beat the Chiefs. They beat the 49ers after a bye week. And that run where they lose to the Lions and Rams and they beat New England, the Jets, and New England again, that run allowed them to get in at 10-7. I don't think they're the best team on paper. I think the Texans are better on paper than the Bills, but the Texans ended up 9-8. Texans started 7-2 and missed the playoffs at 9-8. The Colts ended up 9-8. The Bills ended up 10-7. So beating the Colts allowed the Bills to squeak in. So beating the Colts in Indy allowed the Bills to squeak in as the last wild card. I think you can make an argument that the Texans are better on paper, but the Bills get in as the last wild card. So they end up playing the Chiefs, and the Chiefs win. Paying guys. Because you got Creed Humphrey on a rookie deal, Nick Bolton on a rookie deal. You got all these guys on rookie deals. Yep. The Chiefs are going to want it more, but I don't think it's going to be like a 35 or 42-21 ass whooping like you do. I think the Chiefs trail most of the game, and Mahomes pulls a Hail Mary out of his rear end at the end. And it pisses off a lot of Bills fans because they're 7 seconds away from beating Mahomes, and then Mahomes just pulls a freaking Hail Mary and keeps his undefeated streak against Josh Allen alive. Well, the Bills don't have Poyer. To your point, the Bills do not have Poyer and Hyde anymore. They have Cole Bishop and they have Taylor Rapp. And as good as Taylor Rapp was down the stretch, I really didn't like him coming out of college. But I do like Cole Bishop. I do think Cole Bishop can be an impact player right out of the gate. Kind of like Justin Reed, but at the same time, that lack of experience is a huge mismatch that Kelsey can exploit relatively easily. I think Kelsey could have like 140 yards, seven receptions, 140 yards, a touchdown. That's kind of what I'm looking at for Kelsey in terms of the volume. We're not going on a Poyer rant. We've got a Falcons-Cowboys game to get to. I'm sorry, buddy. I know, because whenever we have these conversations, you love to get into an emotional rant. We're on the last wild card game. I still want to preview the NBA Finals, and the WNBA game starts in 20 minutes. So, Cowboys-Falcons. This is really a Monday night game. It is Joe Buck. It is Troy Aikman. It is Dak Prescott. It is Kirk Cousins. I think McCarthy wins this game. He wants to at least show Jerry Jones he's capable of saving his job. So McCarthy wins, and the Cowboys prevail 28-20 over Atlanta. Not drafting Jared Verse and drafting Penix is the reason the Falcons lose this, despite winning the division at 8-9. You got Micah Parsons wanting to get paid. You got Lamb wanting to get paid. You got Dak wanting to get paid. You got McCarthy coaching to save his job. Dallas just wants it more. They advance. So that is the first round. So they're going to beat Atlanta. They just want it more. All right, divisional round. We are starting off with Browns-Ravens. And I have this game going to overtime. I have the Browns leading for most of the game. I have the Ravens tying it in the fourth quarter, 17-17 after 4 quarters. Browns get the ball first. Browns get a field goal. Browns lead 20-17. It is 3rd and 10, and Lamar Jackson, he throws a Tim Tebow-esque Hail Mary, and the freaking Ravens win on a Tim Tebow touchdown against the Browns in overtime. And let me tell you, this is going to hurt worse than the drive. 23-20 Ravens in overtime. I want to say Zay Flowers, but the Browns are going to blanket him with Ward. I also want to say Bateman, but Emerson's going to shut him down. I want to say Nelson Aguilar, but I think he gets injured by this point. So I'm going to go with Devontae Walker for fucking shock value. Devontae Walker, the receiver who got roasted for dropping balls at the Senior Bowl, has his moment has his moment, and then he plays like shit after winning the slot receiver job next year. But he has a brief moment where he's the hero against the Browns, and then everything goes downhill. The Ravens win, but they win on a freaking Devontae Walker touchdown where he catches a game-winning touchdown like Demaryius Thomas did when they beat the Steelers, when Tebow beat the Steelers. That's how this game ends. But the Browns, Vrabel, that defense, Stefanski, they had the perfect game plan, but the Ravens just did a little bit more to win. That's the difference. And it sucks because I'll get to why it sucks for the Browns later. I'll get to why it sucks for the Browns in a little bit, but we're going to the NFC game. After covering the Ravens-Browns on ABC, I don't have either team getting injured. Joey, until a player gets injured, I just assume they won't get injured. That's my default thought process. So until an injury happens, until the injury officially happens, I just assume both teams are going to be fully healthy. And that's idiotic, but it's one of the things I do. I'm trying to be positive. You're being a realist. I'm being positive. All right. Next game, we're going to have to wait to find out who the Ravens play. But the next game is the divisional round. It is the Packers-Eagles. After Vic Fangio and Kellen Moore won in Brazil in week 1, the Packers get their revenge in Lincoln Financial Field. Jordan Love takes down the Eagles, and this is the tipping. The reason I have the Eagles as the 1 seed, Joey, is because Eagles don't just have Darius Slay. They have Quinion Mitchell as their number 2 corner, and they basically have Bradbury and Cooper DeJean competing for the nickel job. And DeJean might beat out Bradbury. And if that's the case, I think the Eagles are going to be really tough to throw against. So and they actually have initial success with Fangio and Kellen Moore, who have bounced back years with the Eagles after getting fired. But they go 13-4. They lose in the divisional round to the Packers in a 35-34 shootout. And it's not that the Eagles sucked. It's just the Packers were slightly better. It's not that the Eagles sucked. It's just the Packers were slightly better. So, and that. Packers are dangerous. They got a lot of guys in rookie deals, and they're peaking at the right time. And everybody's underestimating him. And both the Eagles and Packers are transitioning. Packers are moving to a 43. Eagles are moving to a 34 under Fangio. So with both defenses transitioning, I think we're going to see a lot of shootouts with the Eagles and Packers this year. So this is the NBC game of the week, and next up, it's the Jets-Chiefs. 1 p.m. on CBS, and the Patrick Mahomes era is over, ladies and gentlemen. The New York Jets, they have the ball for 36 minutes and 27 seconds thanks to their three-headed backfield of Breece Hall, Braylon Allen, and Isaiah Davis. They're able to they win the time of possession battle with 36 minutes, 27 seconds. The Chiefs only have the ball for 23 minutes and 33 seconds. And Aaron Rodgers, he has a rare turnover-free game where he goes into Kansas City and he sticks it to Jake from State Farm for replacing him with Mahomes. The Jets win by a final score of 27-14. And the Chiefs have some discipline issues. Wanya Morris got arrested for some personal conduct. Wanya Morris violated the personal conduct policy. There was the Rashee Rice car accident. Oh, there's a TikTok video of Xavier Worthy flashing $100 bills like Pac-Man Jones. A freaking TikTok video of Xavier Worthy. I don't think these Chiefs receivers are disciplined enough to beat Sauce Gardner. I think the Jets pull the upset, Joey. And it is Robert Saleh who ends Andy Reid's reign of terror in the AFC. And even though Bengals fans hate the Jets right now, they are thankful the Chiefs are out of the fucking playoffs. But the Browns are just as pissed because the Browns are like, we could have played the Jets for the AFC title, but we shit the bed against the Ravens, and now Browns fans are losing their mind, saying we would have beaten the Jets. And you make a valid point, Joey. You probably would have beaten the Jets had you gone. Yeah. They got Malachi Corley. Rodgers loves Malachi Corley. And so you have Garrett Wilson, you have Alan Lazard, and you have Malachi Corley. I think Corley gets the game-winning touchdown that knocks Kansas City out of the playoffs because I think the Chiefs are going to be saying, you know what, we'll put McDuffie on Garrett Wilson. Okay. We'll put Josiah Williams on – we'll put Joshua Williams, Fayetteville State corner on Lazard. But we're going to rely on our nickel corner, Jalen Watson, to beat Corley. And I think Corley comes out of fucking nowhere and beats Watson in that one-on-one matchup. And Corley's the reason the Jets get to the AFC title. It's true. Corley is Aaron Rodgers' favorite receiver in the draft was Corley. That is the guy Aaron Rodgers wanted the Jets to draft, and they got him. There is. He could just go out on a tear like Puka Nacua did. Corley could very easily be the Puka Nacua of this year. But, you know, I've got the Jets in the AFC title against the Ravens. It's pretty fucked up, but that's my scenario here. I know it's kind of bold, but I think somebody's going to go into Arrowhead and beat the Chiefs. I do. With the off-the-field issues with Wanya Morris, with Rashee Rice getting that Rashee Rice car accident, with Xavier Worthy flashing $100 bills on TikTok like he's freaking Pac-Man Jones. I'll give him credit for not going to a strip club and making the video with his girlfriend. I'll give him credit for that. But it still conveys a level of arrogance that is sort of off-putting. Maybe he's just having fun. Maybe I'm too quick to judge him. Maybe he's just having fun. We don't know. But I think that mindset can come back to bite you in the ass if you're going up against the Jets with Sauce Gardner. Because Sauce Gardner's like the strong silent type. He's not going to say nothing. He's just going to show up and he's going to rock your world. He's not going to say anything. He's just going to show up. You know what I did? Like, when my nephew Buddy died, everybody in our family got an $800 check. I used that check to buy one share of NVIDIA, the stock that's just exploded this year, because I told Emmanuel Watson, NVIDIA is the stock that's going to go up this year. They're going to be the company that has a huge year, and that move's paid off for me. So, yeah. I got Amazon in January because I couldn't afford NVIDIA. And I was debating between Google and Amazon. And since I just felt like Amazon was a safer play, so I have Amazon, I have Tesla, I have NVIDIA, and I have Apple. 4 of the top 5 stocks by 2040 are in my portfolio. But let's get back to the NFC playoff picture. Yeah. And we get to the final game, the Fox game. It is the Cowboys and Lions. Tom Brady is calling this game. That means the Lions will advance. Dan Campbell wins 17-16 despite Brad Allen officiating this game. The Lions win. The Lions are 0-6 under Brad Allen. The NFL decides to let Brad Allen officiate this game, and they find a way to win a defensive slugfest 17-16 despite being penalized 10 times. The Lions finally stick it to Brad Allen. What? It's a great plot twist. The divisional round is packed with drama. Ravens beat the Browns in overtime. Packers go into Philly and knock out the Eagles. The Jets dethrone the Chiefs, and the Lions beat Brad Allen. That is the perfect drama week in the NFL playoffs, Joey. You cannot write a better script than that. But yeah, Brad Allen ends up the Lions win a game officiated by Brad Allen. So here we are. We've got the NFC Championship and the AFC Championship here. So the NFC we're gonna go with last 2 Super Bowl officials, Carl Sheffers and Carl Sheffers. We're gonna give Sean Hockley the Super Bowl. We are. So we're gonna go with Bill Vinovich and Carl Sheffers for the AFC and NFC title. But to make things interesting, I'm letting Joey assign the referees for the conference title. So we've got Carl Sheffers and Bill Vinovich. Do you want to put Sheffers or Vinovich in the NFC title and Vinovich or Sheffers in the AFC title? That's my question to you. I'm letting Joey decide who officiates. AFC. All right. So Packers, Lions, 3:30 p.m. Bill Vinovich in Detroit. Tom Brady is calling this game, and this is going to be a barn burner, ladies and gentlemen. I have this going to overtime, 27-24 Lions. They pull out a win, and they win because the Packers missed a field goal in overtime. The Packers basically have a Gary Anderson Vikings moment in overtime, and the Lions are able to capitalize on that and win as a result. So the Packers get the... He was! He's known for that missed field goal during the Vikings 15-1 season. That's really what he's known for. So he was so amazing. If you look past that one kick, he was amazing. But the Packers have a field goal like that, and the Lions are able to capitalize, and the Lions win the NFC. Now, this other game, Ravens-Jets, this is going to be a defensive game where the Ravens win 17-13 because I feel like both Aaron Rodgers and Lamar Jackson are going to have horrible games, and they're going to do everything in their power to make sure they win the turnover battle. I feel like this is a game where both Aaron Rodgers and Lamar Jackson have multiple turnovers, but the Ravens have fewer turnovers, and they do just enough to win 17-13 in a defensive game. He is. But you could say the same thing about Aaron Rodgers outside of his one Super Bowl season where he drew Caleb Haney, because he had Michael Vick, Matt Ryan, an inexperienced Falcons team, and then that did not have Julio at the time, and he got Caleb Haney. The Bears did not have Cutler. They did not have their backup. Aaron Rodgers had to play Caleb Haney in the NFC title to get to the Super Bowl. I think if Cutler plays, we're probably looking at Cutler versus Pittsburgh in the Super Bowl, and Tomlin getting a second ring in 3 years, and the Steelers officially cementing themselves as a dynasty. So Aaron Rodgers kept Tomlin from getting a second Super Bowl. But Aaron Rodgers has also had some historically bad games in the NFC title. When he was with the Packers, he lost to Tampa Bay. He lost to San Francisco in the NFC title. That game against Seattle where the Packers blew a 12-0 lead or something late in the fourth quarter, and Seattle won in overtime. I just feel like Rodgers is going to have one of those games against the Ravens Sunday night in Baltimore. The lights out. I think the Ravens win. But the Jets always have bad luck in the AFC title. They haven't won a Super Bowl since Joe Namath. And, they haven't. And Aaron Rodgers chose to wear number 8, his old college number, out of respect for Namath. So there's a mutual respect towards each other, because Namath told Rodgers he could wear 12, and Rodgers like, no, I'm wearing number 8. I respect you too much. That's why Rodgers is very liked upon the fans. But I think the Ravens... I don't see the Ravens losing 2 AFC titles in a row at home. I think they win, and that sets up Ravens versus Lions in New Orleans. And it's interesting. I don't think the Jets beat the Ravens. The Jets might have more star power, but Aaron Rodgers has bad games in the NFC Championship. Historically speaking, that's been the case. And I think the Ravens have the corners to limit the receivers. I think the Ravens have 3 number 1 corners. Brandon Stevens was able to get the best of Calvin Ridley last year. You also have Marlon Humphrey and you have Nate Wiggins. I think the Ravens legitimately can make an argument that they have 3 number 1 corners. And if they're all healthy, I don't think there's a team that beats the Ravens. The Ravens are going to be one of these teams that puzzles the crap out of people. I'm not saying Rodgers can't do it. I just think Lamar wins a turnover battle. The Ravens are due. The Ravens have the only quarterback who's a 2-time MVP outside of Mahomes in Lamar Jackson. They just haven't been to a Super Bowl. They're due for 1 Super Bowl appearance. I don't think the Ravens become a dynasty, but I think they are due for 1 Super Bowl appearance. They are. And if they don't get it this year, they're going to be the AFC version of the Cowboys. That's the reality, Joey. If the Ravens are due for 1 Super Bowl, it's going to be in New Orleans, where Andrew Jackson, he marched to New Orleans. Lamar Jackson, he's going to get the Ravens to New Orleans, where Flacco won it. And this is going to be Lamar's peak year. And then after that, he's going to be okay, but he's not going to be anything spectacular. And And yeah, I've got the Ravens winning 20. I'm trying to think of a good score here, a realistic score. 24-23. I've got the Ravens winning. And to make things even more interesting, I have Justin Tucker making a field goal during a power outage. I have another power outage in New Orleans, and they decide to play the fourth quarter during the power outage, and Justin Tucker makes a game-winning field goal during a power outage, and you see the football go through the goalposts, and the game is completely pitch black, and they decide to play the rest of the game with a glow-in-the-dark football, and Justin Tucker makes a game-winning field goal in the dark with a glow-in-the-dark football. That's like a football that has like a glow-in-the-dark light switch. I have another power outage happening. Remember the Niners-Ravens Super Bowl where we had the Ravens go up? The Ravens went up like 28-6. There was a power outage. I think we're going to get another power outage in New Orleans this year. If we do not get the Ravens, what ends up happening is one of two things ends up happening. The Lions take a monster lead over the Ravens, only to choke it away like Atlanta. Or number two, the NFL decides to play the Super Bowl during a power outage because they realize they can't delay the game any longer, and the Ravens win it on a field goal, a glow-in-the-dark field goal with no lights on. Justin Tucker makes a field goal in the dark with no lights. Yes, it does. In my imaginary scenario, it is happening. It is happening because it's my simulation. They're not going to delay the Super Bowl for 2 days just because of the power outage in the stadium. They're not. That's not how the NFL works. It's a money-making business first. They will take power from Mobile, Alabama to play, or Jacksonville. The Saints will go to Atlanta, Jacksonville, or Mobile, get power from one of those cities, and use that power to finish the Super Bowl because it's just the NFL is too big. Even with one power outage, they're going to find a way to get through this game and weather the storm. Even if there's a power outage. Maybe they'll put a flashlight above the game. They'll put like a flashlight above the game so the players can see better. So this will be known as the flashlight game. They will put a glow-in-the-dark flashlight above the Caesars Superdome, and the players will be able to see, but it'll be pitch dark out. And the Ravens will win on a game-winning field goal by Justin Tucker. And I've got Tucker making a 64-yard field goal, 1 yard longer than the 63-yarder he made against the Lions. So, and this time it's in the dark during a power outage. Ravens win the Super Bowl. So I have Tucker breaking the Lions' hearts once again, but on a far grander stage. After Goff plays turnover-free ball, Lamar has 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Henry does have 100 yards. And Derrick freaking Henry is our Super Bowl MVP. First running back to win Super Bowl MVP since, I believe, Terrell Davis, I think Terrell Davis was the last running back to win MVP, and before that it was Emmitt Smith. So Ravens win. The Ravens win the Super Bowl, but Derrick Henry takes home the MVP honors. That's my plot twist. A lot of people are saying because Andrew Jackson went to New Orleans for the battle. I think that conspiracy theory stuff's a bunch of hogwash. I have Derrick Henry winning the Super Bowl in New Orleans and getting the MVP. And if he doesn't, then they'll just give Lamar MVP, and everyone will argue Derrick Henry should have won MVP. The same way Buccaneers fans will argue Derek White should have been MVP over Tom Brady. Because that's where we're at, where the quarterbacks in this league. But yeah, I have the Ravens winning 24-23. But a lot of drama, Joey. I mean, the Ravens, they have to beat the Browns in overtime. They have to beat the Jets. They only beat the Jets by 4 points, scoring 17. And then they beat the Lions on a game-winning field goal at the end. They beat the Browns by 3 points in overtime. They beat the Jets by 4, and they beat the Lions by 1. So they beat their opponents by a combined total of they only beat they beat the Browns by 2 points. They beat the Jets by 4. No, they beat the Browns by 3. They beat the Lions by 4, and they beat the Ravens beat. I'm out of tongue twister here, Joey. They beat the Browns by 2. They beat the Browns by a field goal. They beat the Jets by 4, and they beat the Lions by 1. So they beat their 3 opponents by a combined total of 8 points. The lowest number for a Super Bowl champion in league history. And many detractors say the Ravens had the flukiest Super Bowl run in league history. But they're world champions. So, yeah. Yeah. So, now that we know the Ravens won by 8 points, if you could go back, we'll go back to the start of the playoffs. I will let you redo it. You could tweak your scenario in a few weeks, but we'll go back to the start of the playoffs, and this will be Joey's scenario. What would you alter? I'm going to give you the opportunity to alter every game, and then I will show the audience my thing at the end, and then we'll get into the NBA Finals. So what would you like to alter here? You have the Bengals beating the Jets, and I'm guessing everything else is the same. You have the Rams beating the Packers. I'm just curious. What would you alter if I gave you the opportunity to alter? So the first round's exactly the same. Browns, Jets, Chiefs, Cowboys, Packers, Lions. First round's exactly the same. And then the Browns beat the Ravens. What else would you change? Do the Chiefs beat the Jets? What else? Cowboys, Lions, and then Packers, Eagles. Yeah, but we got to look at the NFC. We can't be AFC supremacists. So Packers, Lions, NFC title game. And you have the Lions winning, and you have the Browns winning, I'm guessing. Maybe the Jets win to create entertainment, because if Rodgers plays out of his mind and Watson has a bad day, the Jets can steal this, especially with home field with the crowd on their side. But it's tough. I'm guessing you still have the Lions in the Super Bowl, even though you'd love to see a Rodgers-Jordan Love Super Bowl. Who's the Jets kicker? Is the Jets... I want to look at the Jets kicker. Can we look at the Jets kicker, please, and make the case for Greg Zuerlein versus the Dustin Hopkins? Can we look at the field goal percentages? I think that's a fair way to determine the winner. You could still pick the Browns as the winner, but I think we at least have to examine the kicking field goal percentages for both kickers objectively. Could still take the Browns after careful deliberation, but I think we got to at least have a conversation. Okay, Hopkins was 33 for 36, 8 for 8 from 50 yards, 24 for 26 from extra points. Pretty good. Greg Zuerlein, because a few years ago, Greg Zuerlein was a top 5 kicker. I feel like he's lost a little bit of a step, but at the same time, he's still a top 10 kicker. Well, let's see what the field goal percentages are for Zuerlein. Okay, for Greg Zuerlein, he was 35 for 38. And he was 5 for 6 from 50 yards, but he was 15 for 16 from extra points. So field goal percentage, 92.1, 93.8. I want to go back to Hopkins and compare the 91.7. So 91.7. So Zuerlein's 92.1 is slightly higher than the 91.7. Slightly higher. Yeah. The Hopkins is the better leg, but it comes down to accuracy. Last year, Hopkins had 123 points for the Browns. Zuerlein only had 120. So Hopkins edges out Zuerlein by a field goal if we take total points from extra points and field goals into account. So yeah. This is a coin flip game. I mean, this is a game where we may as well flip a coin to crown the AFC title, but this is your scenario, so out of respect for your scenario, we'll refrain from doing that. Yep. And then we get the Ohio-Michigan Super Bowl in New Orleans. Tom Brady's calling this game, and as good as the Browns are, I just think the Lions are a little bit better in this scenario if it happens. But the Lions would win the Super Bowl in this scenario. That's all I'm saying. Yeah. So Joey's got the Ravens winning. I've got the Ravens beating the Lions in the Super Bowl, but the damn simulators basically refusing to put the Ravens in the Super Bowl. The simulators decided, fuck the Ravens, I'm not allowing them to be in the Super Bowl. The simulators basically saying, I hate the fucking Ravens, I'm not allowing you to put them in the Super Bowl. And the simulators basically got a life of its own now. I don't know why this is happening. This has never happened on the podcast before, but there's a first time for everything. And Playoff Predictors is basically saying, I'm not allowing you to put the Ravens in the Super Bowl. Pick another team, Ransom. So, yeah, simulators just refusing to allow me to put the Ravens. It's overriding. It's cool. I think in your scenario, I think if the Browns can get by the Ravens, they do end up in the Super Bowl because one insider who had the Cardinals beating the Ravens in the Super Bowl originally had the Cardinals beating the Browns in the Super Bowl, but then they changed their pick to the Ravens, and now they've got Ravens Lions. I'm looking at the logistics of the coaching, the depth charts. I could see Ravens Lions. I think the Ravens beat the Lions, but the simulator refuses to put the Ravens in the AFC title. I picked the Ravens. Okay, now the simulator is being good and has corrected its behavior. But yeah, that was kind of brutal. But yeah, I think the Lions are the one team that, I think the Browns could beat anyone else. Maybe if the Cardinals get in, they beat the Browns and break their drought. But I feel like the Cardinals don't really have the edge rushers or corners yet. I think their offense could get them. Like if the Cardinals got in the playoffs and Kyler and Harrison just balled out, I could see the Cardinals winning a bunch of shootouts. But then if they got to the Super Bowl, they'd probably lose unless they drew someone outside of the AFC North. I think every AFC North team, and it's not just that, Joey. I think if an AFC North team gets to New Orleans, they're winning the Super Bowl. And the reason I say that, Joey, is every AFC North team has a connection to New Orleans. The Ravens, power outage game. Joe Burrow won the national title in New Orleans. The Browns, Deshaun Watson the Browns could play in New Orleans. I don't know what the connection is, but a lot of insiders originally had the Browns getting to Super Bowl 59 before pivoting to the Ravens. So, if the Browns are the last team standing in the AFC North, I could see them in New Orleans. And the Steelers also have a connection to New Orleans. Omar Khan graduated from Tulane, and he began his NFL career with the Saints before Kevin Colbert poached him away and brought him to Pittsburgh. So every AFC North team has a connection to New Orleans. So that is why I think the AFC North wins this year's Super Bowl. And I think if Joe Burrow gets to San Francisco next year, we're going to see the AFC North win the next two Super Bowls. I do. And I could see the AFC North, because right now the AFC North's the power division. It's got all the parity. Whether you like it or not, that is the reality, Joey. Okay, we're going to talk about the NBA Finals, and then I'll put on this Caitlin Clark Angel Reese game. I'll put it on, but I'm going to put it on mute because it's 12:20, but we are going to talk about the NBA Finals first. The Celtics are getting Luka. Celtics are getting Porzingis back. And I can talk about the Stanley Cup too, but we know Florida and Edmonton are up 3-2. If they finish business at home this weekend, we're going to get a Florida-Edmonton Stanley Cup. But if the Rangers get a Game 7 or if Dallas gets a Game 7, I think the Rangers and Dallas will win in 7. It just depends on what happens in Game 6 because you cannot give the Rangers or the Stars momentum heading into Game 7 when you have the momentum. I think that's where the momentum comes into play. I'm a huge depth chart guy, but at the same time, I realize right now, both the Oilers and Panthers are up 3-2. They have a chance to close out the series at home ice in Game 6. And if they do it, they're in the Cup. And if they don't, Game 7, both the Rangers and Stars have trailed 3-2 and came back to win a series. So that's why I say if it goes to Game 7, look out. Bucks can make the same argument with Giannis. I felt like the Knicks were overrated, but to be fair to you, the Pacers can also make the same argument. Halliburton got injured in Game 2, and Benedict Mathurin, the shooting guard that I loved coming out of Arizona, got an ACL injury in February. I don't know if it was an ACL, but it was a season-ending injury in February. That was the nail in the coffin for the Pacers. So I think you can make an argument for the Cavs, Bucks, or Pacers beating the Celtics if they don't get injured. I genuinely believe that. But he's going to be back for the NBA Finals, and I think that's the difference. Because now the Celtics have their entire starting five, and a lot of people are sleeping on them because of what Luka Doncic has done. And Luka Doncic is the best individual left in the playoffs. Don't get me wrong. but teams win championships. And if the Mavericks are going to win as a team, it's going to be a combined effort of Luka and Kyrie Irving. Kyrie Irving, the former Celtic, will be the X factor if the Mavericks win this series. I'm telling you. Kyrie Irving did not want to be the number 2 guy to LeBron. He wanted to be the number 1 guy. And I think he realized, and his ego got the best of him, but then he realized, you know what? I'm still a really good number 2 guy. I'm going to give this a shot as a number 2 guy, and he's thrived with Luka and really matured as a person. The only teams that have interviewed Bronny James are the Lakers and the Suns. And many are going to argue LeBron was the number 1 in Miami because he led the team in points. That is horseshit. Dwayne Wade was the leader of that team after Shaq left. After Shaq, because you can make the argument that Shaq was even though Dwayne Wade was the number 1 in Miami when the Heat won in 06, Shaq was like the mentor, the older brother, the guy who showed him the ropes. So you can make the argument that Wade was the number 2 in 06. And then you can make the argument Wade was the number 1 when LeBron was in Miami. It's a Shaq leadership tree. It starts with Dwayne Wade, and then it goes from Shaq to Dwayne Wade. Well, actually, the Shaq leadership tree is broken down into 2 tiers. You have the Shaq. It's like a family tree if you think about it, Joey. Because the Shaq leadership tree, you have 2 tiers of the family tree. You have the maternal side of the family tree, and the father, you have the Kobe Bryant side of the family tree. And then you have the Dwayne Wade side of the Shaq leadership family tree. And after Kobe, I'm not going to get into speculation on what happens after Kobe because, in a way, after Kobe leaves the Lakers, LeBron becomes the number 1 in the Lakers, but he also becomes the number 1 in the Cavs. And this is where LeBron sort of intertwines on the Shaq leadership family tree because you have Kobe on the left, you have Dwayne Wade on the right, in that second tier, and then you have LeBron right in the middle of Kobe and Wade, but you also have Kyrie Irving below LeBron in that 4th tier. So of the Shaq leadership tree. So Shaq is at the top of the leadership tree. You have Kobe and Wade on the left and right. You have LeBron in the 3rd tier below Kobe and Wade. And then you have Kyrie below LeBron. And now you sort of have Luka below Kyrie, with Luka being the mentor to Kyrie. So it's just like a hierarchy pyramid. And then whoever succeeds Luka is next. It's like a freaking hierarchy pyramid, Joey. Congratulations. You've created the... Like, if Kyrie Irving could have been a legacy. He could have been a guy who played with the Cavs his entire career if he just embraced being a number 2 earlier in his career. And I think if that happens, LeBron probably doesn't leave Cleveland. And it becomes a what-if scenario. That's basically... Okay. It's not that the Mavericks can't win this series, Joey. Derek Lively's come into his own at center after struggling at Duke. I just don't think I think the Mavericks' weakness lies at forward. And unfortunately for them, the Celtics' two best players are their forwards, Tatum and Jaylen Brown. And now Porzingis is back. So I just think there's too many matchups that favor the Celtics. This reminds me of the 07 finals where LeBron played the Spurs and the Spurs just had the better depth chart, better lineup, and were just more experienced. I like the Celtics in 5. But LeBron's not in the finals. This is Tatum versus Luka. I think the Mavs can win, but they are only going to go as far as Kyrie and Luka take them. If Kyrie and Luka are not averaging 20 to 30 points a game, they're going to lose every game they don't average 20, 30 points a game. Basically, the Mavs can win this series, but Kyrie and Luka basically have to dominate like the Splash Brothers in Golden State in order for the Mavericks to steal this. And I just don't think they have it in them. I think the Mavs will get a title, but it'll be later around 2031 because Luka's too talented not to win a title. I just think the Celtics really match up well with the Mavericks. And everyone's going to argue, oh, the Celtics, they didn't have to play a team with a good competitive depth chart. They had a cakewalk. That's true, but I feel like the Mavericks also had an easy path because the Timberwolves took care of Denver, and that set up for the Mavericks to beat Minnesota. So I feel like this is an underwhelming finals, but I feel like the Celtics experience, they have to come through at some point. I don't think they become a dynasty, but I just think it's the Celtics year. And then you're a Celtics fan. You should be thrilled if the Celtics win. They have the stars. I mean, sometimes stars win series. Like the NHL, the only team without a number 1 pick in the playoffs is Dallas. Edmonton has Connor McDavid, drafted number 1, Ryan Nugent-Hopkins. The Rangers have Alexis Lafreniere, drafted number 1 in 2020. The Florida Panthers have Aaron Ekblad, drafted number 1 in 2014. And they also have Barkov, who was drafted second after Nate McKinnon. So just saying, sometimes having those stars is a difference. But looking at outside of Dallas, they have a weakness at small forward. Derek Jones Jr. is only averaging 8.6 points per game at small forward. I do like PJ Washington, and you do have Daniel Gafford as well as Daniel Gafford averaging 11 points a game at center, and you have Gafford and you have Lively rotating in at center, and both centers are contributing. So the Mavericks might have just as much depth at center as the Celtics, but I think the Mavericks having a liability at small forward is a difference. You know, if they move Washington to small forward, Gafford to power forward, and Lively at center, I think they can win. But they got to move Washington to small forward, and they got to play Gafford and Lively, two bigs at power forward and center. If they do that, they got a chance if Luka and Irving take over the game, but that's their only prayer. That's the only way I see them beating the Celtics. Actually, we usually agree on the NBA Finals. We study the matchups, we study the lineups. I usually take the team with the better starting 5. That's always been my tendency, and while I like the Mavericks, I just think the Celtics, not only do they have the better starting 5, I like the guys on their bench. I feel like Lively and Gafford should be starting with Washington. I don't think Derek Jones Jr. should be starting. If the Mavericks didn't start him, I'd be tempted to pick the Mavericks. That's how close it is. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm saying if the Mavericks did not start Derek Jones Jr., I'd pick the Mavericks. That's how close it is. But I'm taking the Celtics. They are not deeper, Joey. The only bench player averaging 10 points a game on the Mavericks is Tim Hardaway Jr. That is the only player averaging 10 points a game off the bench. Everybody else, Maxi Kleber 4.4, Powell 3.3, Josh Green 8.2, Williams 3.2, Dante Exum 7.8. And then you've got other guys who are contributors like Morris, Jaden Hardy 7.3, Lively 8.8. These guys are all raw, but they're decent contributors. Whereas the Celtics, I just think the Celtics on paper, they're the better team. And they played Golden State in the finals. I just think you want to see an upset. I mean, even though you're a Boston Celtics fan at heart, you want to see something new. You want to see a new star. And it's not that you don't want to see the Celtics win as a fan. You also want to see the Mavericks succeed. You are. You are. I give you credit. But looking at the Celtics bench, they have Al Horford peaked 2 years ago. That's the reality. Horford peaked 2 years ago. He's only averaging 8.6 points a game in relief of Porzingis, who's averaging 20.1. Can I make my argument for the Celtics, please? It feels like we're talking over each other. I'm trying to objectively make an argument for your Celtics, and you're not letting me. And but Porzingis averaged 20.1. Horford averages 8.6. I love Horford as a bench player, but not as a starter. And you're going to have Horford and Pritchard as bench players in this series. And you also have Queta, 5.5 points a game as the backup to Horford coming off the bench. I do think the Celtics... Now, Jaden Springer, I do like Springer as the backup point guard. I like Tillman as a backup power forward, but outside of those three, Tillman, Pritchard, and Horford, is there a bench player on the Celtics that really stands out? I mean, if Derek White gets injured, you have Jaden Springer, Svi Miyahuk, and that's it. And if power forward, if Jason Tatum goes down, your backups are O'Shea Brissett, 3.7 points a game, and Nathan Knight, 0 points a game. And Drew Peterson, 3.7 points a game, with ratings of 76, 70, and 67, respectively. Those are your backups to Tatum. So if Tatum gets in foul trouble, the Celtics are beatable. That's the thing. If you can get Tatum into foul trouble, you that's the key to the series, I think. If the Mavericks can get Tatum in foul trouble, they got a chance to pull away. But if they play smart and avoid foul trouble, they're going to win. That's what I'm getting at. If they play smart and avoid foul trouble, they're going to win the series. But as an NBA fan, the Mavericks winning is just a better story for the league. Matt Kidd wins a title as an NBA coach after getting fired from Milwaukee. Luka winning, being one of the new faces of the new NBA. It's just a better story for the league. But I think the Celtics are going to win. We got to look at one other factor. Fouls per game. How many fouls per game? Because this is a big stat. Because Lineups does not list fouls per game. And that really annoys me because that's an important stat. That is a really important stat. ESPN at least lists. I don't know. Go Lineups. ESPN at least lists the fouls per game. I mean, shit. I think I do not like ESPN's product overall, but they at least have the decency to list the fouls per game. Personal fouls per game. Here we go. Personal fouls per game. Jason Tatum, 3.1. Porzingis, 2.5. Jaylen Brown, 2.5. Derek White, 2.5. 2.4. Holiday, 1.9. So you're looking at 2 fouls for Holiday, 3 for White, 3 for Brown, 3 for Porzingis, and 3 for Tatum. And it takes 6 fouls to foul out. So if you can get the Celtics to 2 fouls, if you can get any of the Celtics starters to 2 fouls in the first quarter, that is how you win this series. That is how you win this series if you're the Dallas Mavericks. That is the key. Because the Celtics are reckless, but they're also disciplined enough to avoid getting ejections. That's the thing. They're disciplined enough to avoid fouling out, but they are reckless. So if you can get them into foul trouble in the first quarter, that's how you beat them. I think it goes to 7 games and the Celtics win in 7. That's how close this is, Joey. Even though I want to pick the Celtics in 5, I feel like the Mavericks have the heart to make this a 7-game series, but I'm still taking the Celtics. With the Mavericks, I see a team that is going to go as far as their guards take them. Yeah, I realize Luka and Kyrie are both averaging 20 points a game in the playoffs, but they don't have a good small forward. I feel like if they played Washington, their 2 bigs, they could win this, but they're not doing that. And I'm a big starting 5 guy. It's like the line combinations in the NHL. I'm not going to take the NHL team with the most stars. I'm going to take the team with the best line combinations. And I got the Final 4 right. For the first time in my life, I got Florida, Edmonton, Dallas, and the Rangers. I got that correct. But I picked the Dallas Stars to beat the Rangers, and both the Stars and Rangers are down 3-2. Both teams got to go on the road and win. And both the Panthers and Oilers have a chance to make me look like an idiot. Lisa picked the Rangers to beat the Oilers. So if the Panthers win tonight, you bested Lisa and myself in hockey, Joey. So I am going to give you credit. If the Panthers win tonight, it means you bested Lisa and myself in NHL predictions this year. So I am going to give you credit right now by saying that. Because you deserve that. You deserve that love and recognition for putting up with my shit for many years, almost a decade. You deserve that. And this game, I'm watching the WNBA game. I'm going Celtics in 6. I could see Celtics in 5. I think the Celtics are going to win the series. But I'm going to move on to the WNBA now. This game is incredible. The Chicago Sky are wearing blue uniforms that look like the Crips, and the Fever are wearing red uniforms that look like the Bloods. So it feels like a Bloods versus Crips basketball game. But I don't want to say anything disrespectful, but Angel Reese and Clark are ballers in their own right. I just think the uniforms, it's Fever. The Fever have dark blue uniforms. They're wearing red. I can get the Sky wearing these sky blue uniforms. I can get that. It looks kind of goofy with the cloud on top, but I can relate to it. It does look kind of unique too, though. Even though it looks goofy, it looks unique. Whereas the Fever are wearing red, and I have no freaking idea why. And the Fever led this game 17-14 after 1. And the Sky tied it at 24. It was 26. The Sky just took the lead. And I don't know how many points Angel Reese had. I know Clark had 6 in the first quarter. Clark pump fakes, passes to a teammate. And here we see Aliyah Boston trying to get to the low post. And Chicago, they double team her. And the scary part is Angel Reese isn't even on the court. I think she's either on the bench or she's trying to attack the short range game to try to build on Chicago's lead. But I just think Chicago is a more fiery coach. You look at Chicago's WNBA coach. She is very passionate. Maybe not the strategist Becky Hammond is, but she's very fiery, very vocal, very passionate, and the players are buying into her. Whereas, yeah, Chicago's head coach looks like a a little girl at Chuck E. Cheese that wins the spider stomping game and gets all the tickets. And then they brag about how they got all the tickets before buying the best prize for the team. And the players are buying into that. Whereas Indiana's coach, I just don't see any passion from Indiana's coach. Yeah, they're walking around projecting confidence, projecting dominant body language, but I don't see a coach that's dominant. I see a coach trying to project dominance, and the players aren't buying in with the fever. Kelsey Mitchell with the three. It is 31-29 Chicago Sky. And the Fever tie the game on a breakaway. Yeah. And look, before we get back to this WNBA game, I will go over the MLS standings at halftime because I realize today is week 18 of the 34-week regular season. That is the official halfway point of the MLS because weeks 1 through 17 are the first half, weeks 18 through 34 are the second half. So we're officially at the halfway point of the MLS. But I'm going to go through that at halftime. Right now at the WNBA game in the 2-minute warning, Angel Reese, Caitlin Clark, the two outstanding faces of women's college basketball, have our undivided attention. It would be rude to interrupt these very talented WNBA players who are outstanding people and characters off the court to talk about the MLS. It would be very rude if I did that. So I'm not going to steal the spotlight from the WNBA. I'm going to let these gals do their thing, and I will talk about the MLS at halftime because it's the perfect segment to kill halftime, you know? I think it's Angel Reese versus Cameron Brink. Cameron Brink has killed it this year. I think Cameron Brink's the front runner right now. Oh, did you see Alyssa Piley last night? I told you Alyssa Piley's going to be a steal in the WNBA draft. The Utah power forward. You said she's a role player. She had 20 points off the bench for the Minnesota Lynx last night. Alyssa Piley, thank you for proving me right. I tried to tell Joey you had all-star potential. He was a little skeptical, but you got 20 points off the bench. I'm not dismissing Joey, but Joey wanted to see her prove it, and she did. So, thank you. She proved it. I'm not going to brag about how I was right. That's lame. But I'm just happy for Alyssa. She had her moment. Let's see her do it more often. Let's see her become a starter. Let's see her become an impact player on the Lynx. Because I think it has potential to happen by the end of this year. Okay, so here we go. Here we got the WNBA points per game for the top 7 picks. Clark, 17.6. Brink, 9.1. Cardoso's making her first WNBA start today. Rakea Jackson, 10.1. JC Sheldon, 2.3. I loved Sheldon, but you thought that was a reach at 5. She's only averaging 2.3 with the Dallas Wings. The number 6 pick is averaging, Aliyah Edwards is averaging 6.5, and Angel Reese is averaging 11. So Brink is 4th in scoring behind Rakea Jackson, Angel Reese, and Clark. But this is going to be a rat race for Rookie of the Year in the WNBA. Like the movie Rat Race with Mr. Bean and Tom Green, this is going to be a legitimate rat race for Rookie of the Year with how much competition there is, Joey. To be fair, they're transitioning from college to the WNBA. They will make better decisions in year 2, year 3. Those percentages will go up. They'll hit the gym more. It's just, from a fan experience, it's just kind of disappointing. I get it. Because you expected so much more with this renaissance of talent. Do you want me to do a WNBA standings update as well as an MLS standings update? We got 14 seconds left. Do you want me to do a WNBA and MLS standings update during halftime? Because I feel like it's warranted with how the WNBA season started. I feel like it's warranted. I feel like the WNBA's earned that from us. Okay, somebody commented in the chat room. Okay, nobody commented in the chat room. Then what the hell was that noise? Like, guy, I have zero problem with the noise, but if there's a noise on my computer, I'm just curious. Is it Facebook? Is it Yahoo? Where is the noise coming from? Okay, here we go. WNBA standings. The only 0-8 team is the Washington Mystics. This is the team that, after Elena Del Don left the Mystics, Lisa said this was going to be the worst team in the league. I thought the Mercury were going to be the worst team in the league, but the Mystics are 0-8. The Fever are 1-8. So, right now, I think the Mystics get the number 1 pick, because if the Mystics get the number 1 pick in next year's draft, you'd have Aliyah Edwards and Paige Buchers, the 2 UConn women, on the Mystics. Indiana Fever are 1-8. The Sparks are currently 2-5, and the Phoenix Mercury are 3-5. So if the season ended today, the number 8 seed would be the Chicago Sky. No, the Dallas Wings would be the number 8 seed. The Chicago Sky would be 7th. The Seattle Storm would be 6th. The Atlanta Dream would be 5th. And we would have a 4-5 matchup with the Atlanta Dream heading to Las Vegas to take on the Aces. You'd also have the Minnesota Lynx taking on the New York Liberty. Well, no, the Lynx would take on the Storm in Minnesota. That's a fun matchup. Youth versus experience in a 3-6 matchup. You'd also have the Chicago Sky versus the New York Liberty. Angel Reese versus Brianna Stewart, Sabrina Ionescu. That is easily the best playoff matchup. Looking at the WNBA matchups, that is easily the best matchup, Joey. The Sky versus the Liberty. That is easily the best matchup on paper so far. And then the 7-0 Connecticut Sun would take on the Dallas Wings in the 1-8 matchup, where I could see the Wings pulling the upset there. But the Sun are 7-0. What if we get the Connecticut Sun, they go undefeated in the regular season, and then they lose to either the Liberty or the Aces in the WNBA Finals? Wouldn't that be a crazy storyline? Because I could see that happening. I can legitimately see that happening. But the Connecticut Sun are 7-0 right now. They're off to a fantastic start. And the reason that's significant is because they wouldn't have to play the Liberty or the Lynx until the finals. And if the Aces surpass the Lynx, the Liberty and Aces would have to meet in the semifinals, and the Sun wouldn't have to play either team until the championship. So that is significant for the Connecticut Sun. That's the only reason I bring that up, Joey. So the Sun are still undefeated, and the Mystics are still winless through the first 20%, because their WNBA's 40-game season. And through the first 20% of games, the Sun are undefeated and the Mystics are 0-8. That is literally the bottom line right now. Well, Lisa called it. She thought that the Mystics were going to suck without Elena Del Don. I figured, okay, they're not going to be a playoff team, but they're not going to be the worst team in the league. And you know what? I give her credit. Even though she's no longer here and she's starting her own tech company, I give her credit there. I did not anticipate the Mystics being as bad as they were going to be. Yeah. They're worse than the Indiana Fever, who are 1-8, which says a lot. If you're worse than the Indiana Fever, it kind of baffles you to a degree because you're probably thinking, okay, the Fever got to have the worst record in the league, but they don't. So, I mean, they could be a Final Four team, but they're not going to be that until like 2025 or 2026. They're not quite there yet. Clark, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Okay. I've got an MLS update for you, Joey. The only team with under 10 points at the halfway season mark is the New England Revolution, who hired Caleb Porter. And I know my friend MLS Gone Wild, a Columbus Crew fan, he keeps trolling Caleb Porter, pointing out how bad he sucks. But even I did not anticipate the New England Revolution because Caleb Porter won an MLS Cup with Portland and Columbus. I figured he would play himself out of a job eventually, but I did not think the New England Revolution would come out of the gate as the very worst team in the MLS because they had all their starters from their playoff team back outside of their striker. And I figured if they just went out and signed a good striker in free agency, they'd be back. They're the worst team in the freaking league. They're the only team, the Revolution. So the Revolution are the worst team in the league. But we're going to get to the Western Conference because the Eastern Conference, we kind of agree, Joey. The Eastern Conference is the power conference in the MLS. So let's break down the West first. Okay, with 11 points tied for last place, Sporting Kansas City, who made last year's playoff, 11 points in 15 games, 23 goals scored, 28 goals allowed. San Jose Earthquakes, 24 goals scored, 39 goals allowed, a minus 15 goal differential. FC Dallas, a team that made the second round last year, is at FC Dallas, a team that made the playoffs last year, is at 13 points on the year. St. Louis, a team that had the best record in the conference last year, is all 16 points. The Sounders, 18 points. They are out of the playoffs by 1 point at the moment. So that's pretty shocking because I remember going into the year saying, okay, if it's not the Sounders the Sounders are losing a lot of talent. St. Louis should run away with things. LAFC is losing talent. But right now, it is Portland and the Dynamo in the 8-9 matchup. That is, I told you we were going to see chaos in the West, Joey. I just didn't anticipate how chaotic it would get. The Colorado Rapids, with 3 top 5 MLS draft picks, currently hold the 7 seed in the playoffs. The Vancouver Whitecaps, team that made the playoffs last year, is currently the 6th seed. Again, Austin FC is 5th. Austin FC is a team that made the conference finals 2 years ago, ended up picking the top 5, trades their pick to Colorado for allocation money, and they're number 5. Austin FC would play Minnesota and Dane St. Clair, the goalie who's broken out, the 2019 first-round pick out of Maryland, who led Maryland to a College Cup. Minnesota would host Austin. I think the top 4 teams in the West, it's really interesting right now because Minnesota looks like a legit dark horse. LAFC, the 2-time Western Conference champions, they're the number 3 seed, only 15 games played, and they're still the team to beat with a +8 goal differential. Unfortunately, they're still the favorite. They've earned the distinction of being the favorite. I don't think they win the conference, but for now, they're the favorite. Number 2 seed is the LA Galaxy, my favorite MLS team, a team that traded away their first round pick for allocation money. The Galaxy are 7-2-7 through 16 games with 28 points. And right now, the number 1 team in the Western Conference is the Real Salt Lake, a team that drafted Matthew Bell, a Marshall striker at Matthew Bell is in my top 5, and they got him at 16. And they also got Kevin Bonilla, the left back on the Portland Pilots that Florian praised. They got him with their second first-round pick, and Bonilla's actually a substitute off the bench. So, Real Salt Lake, they got the number 1 record in the Western Conference. They moved on from Elijah Paul, the striker I liked. And despite that, they've got the number 1 record in the conference. I'm at a loss for words. That's how much chaos we have in the Western Conference. Real Salt Lake, a team that's been discarding MLS draft picks as the number 1 record. The Galaxy are second, and LAFC, Galaxy's rival, is third. But Minnesota, I think Minnesota's a dark horse, Joey, because Dane St. Clair has a career high in save percentage. It's his 5th year in the MLS, and when you think about it, Andre Blake, even though he went number 1 in the 2014 MLS draft, he really didn't become that big-time star everybody thought he was going to be until like 2018 or 2019. That's when the Union began making the MLS playoffs consistently. And that's kind of what we see with the Minnesota right now. I mean, I interviewed Dane St. Clair. He talked about his teammates, his supporting cast at Maryland when I interviewed him in the 2019 MLS draft in Chicago, even though my microphone was turned off. I mean, I think Minnesota's the dark horse right now, Joey. I mean, they did win the Pro Women's Hockey League Championship over Boston. I think Minnesota's the dark horse. I mean, they have 25 points. They have a goal differential of +5. But Real Salt Lake, +13 goal differential. Them and LAFC have to be the 2 betting favorites. But I think Minnesota is capable of knocking out Real Salt Lake if Dane St. Clair shows up at goalie. But this Western Conference is filled with more chaos than a J.J. Abrams movie script. I literally have nothing else I can say on the West, Joey. You want to add anything before we get to the East? Because I think the East just has better storylines. Right now, the Eastern Conference just has better storylines. Okay, Chicago. I think right now it's a 2-team race between Real Salt Lake and LAFC, the 2-time Western Conference champions. LAFC's the betting favorite because they won the conference 2 years in a row, but they've lost guys to free agency. And you can only take the free agency route so long before you either reload with academy players that are kids learning MLS systems at 16, 17, 18, 19 that get promoted, or you have to get a college player in the MLS draft. You have to get one of those 2 at some point and pivot. LAFC hasn't done that. They drafted 2 goalies in the first round and refused to sign either of them. It's just arrogant to the point where it's going to come back to bite them. I would go Real Salt Lake over LAFC, but that's only because of the goal differential and momentum right now. There's still another half of soccer left to be played. And, it's just very interesting. I'm going to look up the Real Salt Lake head coach. I'm going to look up the Real Salt Lake coach. The Pablo Mastroeni. Pablo Mastroeni, I remember him as an MLS player back in the day. He was a defensive midfielder, played the 6. He was on the Miami Fusion. He had 100 games with the Miami Fusion when the MLS first started. And then he went to the Colorado Rapids, where he was the captain of the Colorado Rapids when they won the 2010 MLS Cup. When the Rapids brought Stan Kroenke his only MLS Cup, he was the captain of that team. He was a bench player on the LA Galaxy in 2013. And then he got into coaching. He began his career with the Rapids as the manager after being a former MLS player. That didn't work out. He went to the Dynamo as an assistant coach. Then he went to Real Salt Lake as an assistant coach in 2021. Then their coach got fired in 2021, so he became the interim head coach. And then he became the permanent head coach in 2022. And it just feels like Mastroeni's taking everything he's learned from his time as a player with the Rapids and his time as a manager with the Rapids, what he did wrong, and he's done the opposite with Real Salt Lake, and things are finally clicking. Because Mastroeni's a smart soccer player. One of the better soccer players. Not a GOAT, but a well-respected captain, an MLS Cup champion, and he was able to go from being a player to a head coach right out of the gate as a former player, which is pretty hard to do. Like, and you can't do that in the NFL. You can't go from being a former player to a head coach in your first year. As good as you are, you have to climb the corporate ladder and jump through hoops. Pablo Mastroeni had 100 games with the Miami Fusion, 225 games with the Rapids. He only had 7 career goals, but he's a defensive midfielder. His job is to play defense. That's his job. So defense is his responsibility. And I think it's going to be interesting to see. I'm not going to make an MLS Cup prediction right now. I want to get to the Eastern Conference. There's just so many storylines in the East. New England's at 15, which is a big surprise, but the Chicago Fire are at 14 and the CF Montreal's at 13. That does not surprise me. The fact that I expected Chicago and Montreal to be the 2 worst MLS teams. I mean, I gave Montreal took a player with 0 goals, 0 assists, 0 points, the worst defender on UCLA with a top 10 draft pick. I expected them to suck. And Chicago is a 19-year-old goalie, but they drafted another goalie out of Notre Dame because they were afraid they were going to lose the 19-year-old goalie to a Premier League team. So both Montreal and Chicago pissed away their chances to be competitive in the MLS Super Draft. Atlanta United's taken a little bit of a dip without Miles Robinson, their star center back, who's on Team USA. They're at number 12. I think the biggest surprise in the East right now, Orlando City and Duncan McGuire. They are 4 wins, 5 losses, and 4 wins, 6 losses, and 5 ties after being the number 2 seed last year. Duncan McGuire still has 5 goals. He's on pace to match his rookie year, but the defense has just taken a step back this year for Orlando. Their back line has taken a huge step back. They were the 2 seed in the East last year. They're the 11 seed right now. And Duncan McGuire's still playing at a high level. It's just the defense sucks this year. And I really don't know how to say it. I really don't. Like, I don't know how to explain it to you, Joey, in layman's terms or simple terms. Orlando City's at 11. Right now, DC United's at 10 with a first-year coach. Right now, the 8-9 matchup is Nashville versus Philadelphia. Hani Mukhtar, Walker Zimmerman. The Nashville, they're known for their attacking midfielder and their back line and their goaltending. Philadelphia is known for their goaltending. They've got 8 of their starters from their 2022 MLS Cup team still on the Union. And right now, Nashville would head to Philadelphia in a 9v8 matchup if the season ended today. That is a huge game because I think both Nashville and Philadelphia are good enough to end the year in the top 7. But both teams have 19 points. Both teams got to play catch-up. Right now, the number 7 seed, Charlotte FC. If the season ended today, Dave Tepper would be in the freaking playoffs, Joey. Last year, Charlotte did get in as the 9 seed, but they lost to the 8 seed in the play-in game. So technically they were a playoff team, but technically they weren't since they didn't finish in the top 8. They were the 9 seed. But right now, Charlotte FC, they do have a good starting lineup. The problem's been coaching. For 3 years, they've had a good starting lineup. The problem's been coaching. They had to go through 3 different coaches in 3 years. The second coach benched Ben Bender, their number 1 pick. The third coach kept Ben Bender on the bench, but Ben Bender scored the game-winning goal in Charlotte's last game. Why is your number 1 draft pick on the bench? This irritates me. He's still doing a good job. It's like, that just kind of pisses me off as a fan of the sport. The player that went number 1 overall, if he's making an impact and helping your team win, he should be starting. He should not be playing off the bench. Now, number 6, we have Toronto. Toronto, this is a team that I thought would be the biggest rebuild in MLS. But right now, Jason Hernandez, I compared him to Ryan Poles because they got Tyrese Spicer at 1. They got Joey Mayer in the second round, who I had a late first on. But right now, Jason Hernandez is the general manager of the year, Joey. Toronto was a team that had potential to be a playoff team in 3 years, but everybody expected them to be a bottom 5 team. They're in the fucking playoffs as the 6th seed right now. So, in my opinion, if you take a bottom 5 team and you get them all the way up to number 6 in the Eastern Conference, you're in the GM of the year discussion, in my opinion. So, because that's just really impressive. That's like what the Texans did last year with Demeco Ryans and Stroud. To take the worst team in the MLS and have them as your 6th seed. And Hernandez took over as the GM on June 27th, 2023, midway through last season. And now Toronto's in the playoffs with Hernandez, the former Seton Hall Pirate that played for the San Jose Earthquakes. We talked about Hernandez and how Toronto really had a good draft, but I felt like they were 3 or 4 years away. They needed more pieces. But Toronto's the 6th seed. They're in the playoffs right now. If things hold up, that's going to be a fun story to watch, Joey, because Toronto's a team that I did not think they would make the jump from 14 to 6. That's a huge jump because this is a team that had no identity. Michael Bradley, their captain, their longtime captain and center back, retired. They fired their coach, brand new GM. This is not a team that's supposed to be in the playoffs, but 24 goals, 24 assists, Tyrese Spicer, the Trinidad and Tobago striker from Lipscomb. He basically told Toronto, I want to be the alpha. I want to be the leader of the team. And instead of taking a freshman like a lot of MLS teams did, Toronto said, we're going to try to find the next Duncan McGuire. We're going to take Tyrese Spicer. And the crazy part is it's worked out for Toronto. So good for fucking Toronto. As Tyrese Spicer, not only is he starting as a number 1 pick, he's got a goal and an assist. He's making an impact. He basically told MLS teams he could come in and be the guy right out of the gate, and he's backing it up so far. So, yeah, Jason Hernandez is the GM of the year, in my opinion, Joey. Number 5, we have Columbus. We have the Columbus Crew at number 5 in the East, which is interesting because last year the Crew couldn't beat the Riverhounds in the U.S. Open Cup. They lost to Charlotte, but they're still the defending MLS Cup champions. They still have a bulk of their core guys back. This is a very dangerous team. Right now, the New York Red Bulls are the 4 seed. I think Columbus would beat the Red Bulls in a 5v4 matchup. New York City FC won the MLS Cup in 2021, but they lost a lot of their star players. Right now, New York City's the 3 seed in the conference. New York City FC, what are the stats for New York City FC? I'm kind of curious because this was a bottom 7 team last year. Looked like a bottom 5 team. They're now 3rd in the conference again. They've rebounded after winning the 2021 MLS Cup and having a setback year. Right now, Alonso Martinez, who's only started 4 games, has 6 goals. Santiago Rodriguez has 6 goals and 5 assists, and he's an attacking midfielder. He's really stepped up. This is interesting. Malachi Jones. That's interesting because Malachi Jones, I remember him. He was a first-round pick in the Super Draft. I don't remember if he was this year or last year's first-round pick. Malachi Jones, he was on Lipscomb. Malachi Jones was teammates with Tyrese Spicer at Lipscomb, and he's in the MLS too. He's starting in the MLS. He started 2 games. He's played 14 games off the bench, but Malachi Jones and Tyrese Spicer, the two strikers at Lipscomb, would meet each other in the MLS playoffs if the season ended today. And that's a hell of a story. The two former Lipscomb strikers facing off against each other in the MLS playoffs as rookies. That's a hell of a story. And right now, the number 2 seed is FC Cincinnati, my pick to win the MLS Cup. And number 1 is Inter Miami CF with Lionel Messi. They added Luis Suarez, a lot of Messi's Barcelona teammates. You knew David Beckham was going all in this year with a brand new stadium set to open. And it is Inter Miami that has the number 1 seed. But right now, it looks like it's a 2-man race between Inter Miami and Cincinnati. But keep an eye on that New York-Toronto game. Looks like it could be a lot of fun, Joey, because that feels like a coin flip game. And honestly, I could see Toronto pulling the upset there. Also, I think Columbus beats the Red Bulls. So if Toronto and Columbus win, Toronto would head to Miami. Columbus would head to Cincinnati in the second round. If New York beats Toronto, Toronto would head to Cincinnati. Columbus would head to Miami. And the winner of that game would probably get Cincinnati in the conference finals. Because remember, not only does Cincinnati have their starting 11 from last year back, they also added Miles Robinson, the Atlanta United center back, in free agency. So the Eastern Conference feels like a 3-man race between Inter Miami with Messi, Cincinnati, and Columbus. And whoever comes out of that is winning the MLS Cup. I do not care which of those 3 teams comes out of that. Whoever comes out of that's winning the MLS Cup. I don't think there's a team in the West that can take on Messi, Columbus, or Cincinnati this year, Joey. That's basically the championship. The championship is between those 3 Eastern Conference powerhouses. And basically, is New York or Toronto going to make things interesting? That's the $1 million question, because that's a coin flip game. I think we could see Toronto come into New York and beat them, but I could also see New York winning because they're more experienced. Toronto is a goal differential of 0, 24 goals scored, 24 goals allowed. New York has 24 goals scored, 27 goals allowed. I think New York's a little bit more disciplined, so I'd probably take New York City FC, but I could see Toronto pulling the upset if Spicer shows up, Joey, because just the fact that they even got this far is why I'd argue Jason Hernandez is the GM of the year. And I know it sounds like a stupid rant, Joey, but Toronto was supposed to be a bottom 5 team along with Chicago and Montreal. They're the number 6 seed in the Eastern Conference. As far as I'm concerned, that's a GM of the year turnaround. To go from being a bottom 5 team to 6th in the East. That's a turnaround. You're only 1 point out of the 5 seed. You're only 3 points out of the 4 seed. And you still have a whole half of soccer left. So if you catch your stride in the second half like Orlando did with Duncan McGuire, you could be hosting a playoff game. Maybe you end up drawing Columbus. Who knows? It's too early. You're only a point back of Columbus, but Columbus has only played 14 games. Toronto's played 16. The Red Bulls have played 15. The New York City FC's played 16. Cincinnati's played 16. Miami's played 17. So, if Columbus wins those extra 3 games, you're looking at a 9-point swing, and you're looking at Columbus being tied with Cincinnati. And right now, Columbus has a better goal differential than Cincinnati, so they would get home field this time around if that held up. So a lot of drama in the East, but I think we agree Miami, Cincinnati, and Columbus are the powerhouse teams. Don't rule out Philadelphia and Nashville, because those are teams that can go on runs. Whoever wins the 8 seed in that matchup can knock out Messi and Miami and really make things interesting. They can. And I just think Toronto with Jason Hernandez, that's the GM of the year. But what are your thoughts in the East? Because there's a lot of storylines in the East. I knew the East was going to be stacked compared to the West, but what I did not anticipate, Joey, was the amount of storylines we'd be getting from the East this early in the season. So what stands out to you? Because there's a lot that stands out to me. I know a lot of sports books pick Miami to win the MLS Cup, but we both said this could come down to Cincinnati and Columbus again. I still feel that way. I mean, you have Cincinnati, Columbus. I think the Philly-Nashville play-in winner could upset Miami. There's just a lot of drama, a lot of fun scenarios when you really break this conference down. You can see why it's kind of like the AFC in the NFL. Yeah, because you see that with Philadelphia. They've still got 8 of their 11 from their 22 MLS Cup team. Miami's got Messi and Suarez, who kicked ass on Barcelona. You got Cincinnati and you got Columbus. Those are the 4 best teams in the league. I love what Jason Hernandez has done with Toronto by GM of the year, but I don't see them as the MLS Cup candidate. But maybe they prove me wrong. Who's your 4th team? I think Miami, Cincinnati, and Columbus are the big 3, but Philadelphia and Nashville, either of them could, whoever wins that play-in game could be the 4th power team in the East. And, if Dave Tepper screws up in the second half, which I'm sure Charlotte will, though both of those teams could jump Charlotte because they're only 3 points back of Charlotte, both Philadelphia and Nashville. Charlotte's played 16 games. Philadelphia and Nashville have played 15. It's a 34-game season. Both of those teams still have a chance to catch Charlotte and make things interesting. And that's why I say the East is the better conference. I'm not ruling out Orlando. If they can fix their back line and Duncan McGuire plays well down the stretch, they're another team that could get in this conversation. They're just on the outside right now, though. Miami's the betting favorite according to fantasy websites, but I told you Cincinnati would win it back in the year you were a little skeptical. Maybe it's because you were a fan of Jimmy Haslam and what the Crew did, and you just your impression was, well, the Crew, until the Crew are no longer the team to beat, they're the team to beat. Maybe that was your thought process heading into the year, but there's literally 3 teams: Miami, Cincinnati, and Columbus. I would take Cincinnati as well. But I honestly believe Miami, Cincinnati, Columbus, Philadelphia, whichever one of those 4 comes out of the East beats whoever comes out of the West. That's just where I'm at right now. Whichever one of those 4 comes out of the East, I think beats the West. Because I can't see Real Salt Lake beating any of those 4. I can't see the Galaxy beating any of those 4. And with LAFC, with the guys they've lost to free agency, I can't see them winning. I just think the East is better right now. That's kind of the point I was trying to hit home after the MLS Cup, and it was a little bit too early to buy into that notion, but now it looks blatantly obvious that that's the case. That we have 4 super teams in the East, and we basically have a meh conference in the West. This year, the Western Conference in the MLS is like, because basically the Western Conference in the MLS this year is like it's like the NFC when the NFC really sucked, or the AFC when they had the Super Bowl drought in the late 80s, early 90s. It's just watered down conference. There really isn't a complete team on paper. And that's what's so interesting, what's so fascinating right now, because you have the Sounders and St. Louis, 2 teams that you would have figured. Sounders were the number 2 betting favorite behind LAFC. They're a point out of a playoff spot. And then you also have St. Louis. They've only played 14 games, but they're only 3 points out of a playoff spot. So they've got plenty of time to catch up and get back into the thick of things. So that's really what stands out. But I'm with you, Joey. I think whoever between Cincinnati, Columbus, and Miami, whoever comes out of the East is winning this thing. As much as I'd love to see my Galaxy beat the Eastern Conference champion, it's just not going to happen. There are too many good teams in the East. And even teams like the New York City FC, good positive goal differential. Red Bull's positive goal differential. Toronto's goal differential is 0, but they have Spicer. You have the Union. You have Nashville. You have Orlando. The East is just stacked this year. The West is just a meh conference. That's the reality. And it's an unfortunate reality. I would kind of like to see Real Salt Lake versus the Eastern Conference champion in the MLS Cup, because I just don't like the fact that LAFC treats their draft prospects like used goods at a pawn shop. I respect that they build their players through the academy, and I respect the fact that they go out and attract the best free agents, but they basically, if they keep their first round pick and can't find a trade partner, they'll draft somebody and refuse to sign them. And that just irks me. That just pisses me off as a fan of the game. So I'm kind of rooting for anyone but LAFC in the West this year. I've been telling you since March that I don't think LAFC three-peats in the West, but they're still the betting favorite, and they're only 3 games back of Real Salt Lake. They've played one fewer game as well. Minnesota's only played 14 games, and they're only 2 points back of LAFC. I do think Minnesota's a dark horse. If they can knock off Real Salt Lake, I do think Minnesota's a legit dark horse to get to the finals, because I think it's going to be Real Salt Lake, LA Galaxy, LAFC, or Minnesota if things hold up. But it's too early to make that call. And right now, with no teams having a good starting 11 in the West, and the East having, right now, right now, St. Louis, I'd say, is the team with the best starting 11, but they're outside of the playoff picture. So right now, you've got 9 teams, and you really don't have a team with a good starting 11 in the West, and you have like 4 or 5 teams in the East: Philadelphia, Nashville, Columbus, Cincinnati, Miami. 5 teams in the East that have good starting 11s. And that right now is the difference. That's why, that's why the East is the better conference right now. But to be fair to the East, it was this way for many years, with the Western Conference being the dominant conference. When you had Pablo Mastroeni on the Rapids, when you had David Beckham and Landon Donovan on the LA Galaxy, when you had Real Salt Lake at their peak when they upset the Galaxy in the MLS Cup, the Western Conference was the power conference in the mid to late 2000s, early 2010s. The West, and now it's sort of shifted to where the East is drafted better, they've built through the academy better, and the East is caught up, and now the East is the better conference. But yeah, we'll see what happens. There's another half of soccer. If your team's out of it, don't be discouraged. Remember, the Sporting Kansas City went until the month of May without their first win, and they still made the playoffs, knocked out St. Louis, got hot at the right time of the year. That's why I say there's still another half to go. And right now, Sporting Kansas City only trails Portland by 8 points for that last playoff spot. If they get hot in the second half, anything can happen. New England Revolution are trailing the Nashville by 12 points for a playoff spot. The positive is New England has played a league-low 13 games out of 34, so the Revolution have 21 more games to turn their shit around under Coach Caleb Porter. I'm not giving up on them yet because they have a good starting 11 as well, but things look very grim for the New England Revolution and Rob Kraft at the moment. That's all I'm going to say on that. And San Diego FC will get the number 1 pick in the 2025 MLS draft. I don't know when the date for that is. I believe it'll be the Wednesday in December before Christmas, Joey, because the MLS draft is usually on the third Tuesday or third Wednesday. And the MLS is not going to have their draft on Christmas. And I heard they're keeping the draft in December this year, even though I think they should move it back to January. Because the College Cup is going to be in the third week in December. Because the College Cup's going to start on December 9th, a Friday, and then it's going to end on December 12th, a Monday. So basically, because basically right now, I don't know how to put this. I want to show you the schedule, but at the same time, I want to keep this as quick as possible. So we're going to go to a month. We're going to go to December 2024. I want to change the month. How do I skip the month here? Here we go. I got it. So looking at the months here. No, I don't want to go to 2025. Looking at the months, they've got the, right now, the College Cup is scheduled for Friday the 13th. That is the latest start time for a College Cup in NCAA history. So it's not going to be Friday, December 6th. It's going to be Friday, December 13th, because college soccer does not want to compete with the SEC championship and the conference championships in college football. So their thought process is, the college football playoff's not going to start until December 20th. So we'll do the College Cup that week. So December 13th, December 16th, is going to be the College Cup. So that means the MLS draft is going to be the 17th or 18th, the day after the College Cup or 2 days after the College Cup. That's going to be when the MLS has their official league draft, because they're not going to have the MLS draft on Christmas Eve or Christmas Day or New Year's Eve or New Year's Day. They're just not. That is not a smart business decision. I would push it back till Thursday, January 2nd. That's just me. Give these players a little bit of time to relax, dominate the interview process, spend holidays with their family. But the MLS wants to have the draft in 2024 for the 2025 MLS draft. That's what I read on a PDF, that they want to have the 2025 draft in 2024. So if that's the case, it's going to happen before the college football playoff, because MLS would be idiots to have the super draft during the 12-team college football playoff. That would just be suicide. So it's going to be the 17th or 18th if they keep the December trend up. And these players are literally going to have no time. If you win the College Cup, you're going to have like a day or two to celebrate, and then it's the MLS draft. So I'm thinking it's going to be the 18th, the Wednesday, the 18th. And then they'll pivot to college football. Could be the 17th, but I feel like the national champion should at least get an off day to celebrate before the draft. So I'm thinking it's going to be the 18th. But yeah, nothing's official yet. This is all speculation with the 25 MLS draft. But it's interesting because you're going to have the 12-team college football playoff on the 20th. TNT is going to host 2 games as well. Turner. Ernie Johnson's going to be calling 2 TNT games. I bet they bring Charles Barkley back as a guest for those college football games, but they need another personality who's a football guy. I'm nominating Cam Newton, because if you have Cam Newton, Ernie, and Barkley, you just need to find a 4th football guy that commits to Turner, and you can work with that nucleus. It's not the best nucleus, but it's workable, because Cam Newton brings the football value, Charles Barkley brings the entertainment value, and then that 4th guy could be another football guy, maybe a defensive guy. Maybe you get J.J. Watt. If J.J. Watt wants to go into media, that's who I'm picking. Yeah, I think you can make that work with Turner. You have Cam Newton, J.J. Watt, and Charles Barkley for the entertainment value. I honestly think TNT can make that work for college football. If you get Cam Newton and Watt, I think you can make that work, Joey. I think that's extremely workable on Turner's end. But you have to get those 2 personalities, and you got to keep Ernie Johnson. And you got to keep Barkley from entertainment value. Thoughts on that before we sign off? Because I do think that's interesting to... Because Turner's no longer going to have the NBA after next season. Next year's the last year of Turner. I love inside the NBA, but next year's the last year. Then it's over for good. And Ernie Johnson's loyal as fuck to TBS, TNT. Because those 4 are better than anyone at ESPN for NBA. I know ESPN's willing to pay the most money to retain the NBA Finals, but that's really all they want is the NBA Finals and the draft. Because as long as they have that, ESPN will bring in revenue. Even though their product is terrible compared to NBC in the 90s and TNT now. Well, Charles Barkley has came out and said he's going to start his own independent media company, and then he's going to try to get inside the NBA to go to his media company, and then he's going to sell the media company the highest bidder. So that way, whoever pays Charles Barkley more between NBC and ESPN would get and honestly, if NBC brings back if NBC brings back the NBA music from the 80s and 90s, da 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 da, and then you bring the inside the NBA crew, let them say whatever they want, even if it's offensive, even if it's not woke, let them say what they want, let them do their thing. I think, and you make that basketball night in America, like football night in America, you make that basketball night. I think NBC would reclaim their top spot over ESPN in terms of ratings. That's all NBC has to do. Bring back the music and buy the rights to Inside the NBA. Buy the rights to Barclays Media Company so that everyone on Inside the NBA goes. Because if Ernie chooses to stay at Turner and honor his contract, which I respect the hell out of him for doing, you pretty much have to build a college football show around Ernie Johnson. And I feel like T. Turner would want to keep Barkley with Ernie Johnson in that scenario. But I feel like Ernie could pivot to football. If TNT says we're no longer paying for the NBA, we're going to pay for college, we're going to pay ESPN to broadcast 2 college football games in the 12-team playoff, and Ernie wants to stay at Turner, he's going to stay at Turner no matter what Charles Barkley offers him, then you have to build a college football show around Ernie Johnson. And you have to get 2 personalities that aren't on Fox or ESPN. I think you bring Barkley back just from an entertainment value. I know he's not a football guy, but he could be Turner's Lee Corso. From an entertainment value, he could be Turner's Pat McAfee or Turner's Corso. And you'd have Ernie and Barkley. I think you bring back another Auburn alumnus, Cam Newton, to vibe with Barkley, and you bring in J.J. Watt. That would be my vision for TNT's college football package. I agree, Joey, but the problem is Ernie wants to stay at Turner, and the NBA is no longer going to be airing on Turner in 2025. So either Ernie has to get out his contract at Turner and go to NBC with Barkley, or that crew falls apart. The end. If he doesn't, you have to build a college football show around Ernie Johnson. And I think it can work if you keep Ernie and Barkley at Turner. I do. But you have to get 2 football guys, an offensive guy and a defensive guy. I think Watt would work wonders as the defensive guy. But right now, there's outside, you'd either have to get Cam Newton or you'd have to get a bust who wants to talk about college football for a living on Turner. And I just don't think there's a lot of good football personalities right now. A lot of the good personalities are either at Fox or ESPN. And I really don't see an upcomer right now in that industry with how competitive it is. And Cam Newton's also an Auburn graduate. So if you bring him in to vibe with Barkley, you might get the same energy that you got with Shaq and Kenny the Jet Smith. You might. You probably won't, and it could end up being a disaster, but you might get the same energy for college football if you go with those 2. And so, is either going to be acquired by ESPN or NBC. And I'm guessing NBC would acquire it. They'd pay more than ESPN would. Well, what if Ernie wants to stay at Turner regardless of what Charles wants? If Ernie's that committed to Turner, look, I think Turner, I feel like Liam McHugh, he's a great NHL moderator, but if Ernie Johnson leaves and Turner still wants to cover multiple sports besides hockey, and Ernie Johnson goes with Barkley, I feel like Liam McHugh would become the main moderator at Turner, regardless of whether it's the NHL, college football, because he has that experience with NBC too. I feel like Liam McHugh's not as good as Ernie Johnson, but he's an ideal successor to when Ernie Johnson wants to retire. So Turner's in a great spot. Because you know how Ian Eagle was the successor to Jim Nantz at CBS? That's kind of how I feel with Liam McHugh. I feel like he can moderate multiple sports, not just the NHL, but as long as Ernie Johnson's at Turner, he's taking a backseat to Ernie Johnson. He's covering just the hockey. Has it simple, has it easy. And that's great because Liam McHugh's a great hockey moderator. That's great for Turner. That's ratings gold for Turner. But yeah. I don't think anybody can replace Ernie Johnson, but at some point, Ernie Johnson's going to retire, or the health problems are going to get worse, and you're going to have a succession plan. I think Liam McHugh's the ideal successor to him if he stays at Turner. But if Ernie leaves, I think McHugh would take over as the lead. So I think Turner's going to be okay, regardless of whether the inside the NBA crew sticks together and goes to a different company, highest bidder, or whether Ernie stays at Turner. Yeah. Yeah, Turner's got 2 more Stanley Cups in the current contract. NHL signed a 7-year deal with ESPN and Turner, and Disney and Turner, and the contract says Disney gets 4 Stanley Cups, 2022, 2024, 2026, 2028, and Turner gets 3, 2023, 2025, 2027. So Turner has 2 more Stanley Cups in that contract. So they're going to be okay. And they get 2 college football games for the next 3 years in the playoff, the 12-team playoff. So they're going to be making money. And here's the thing, with Peacock airing these NBA games, because you're going to have NBA games on NBC as well as NBA games on Peacock, with NBC acquiring the NBA. So if Inside the NBA goes to NBC, not only can you bring back the not only can you bring back the Inside the NBA show as well as the NBA music, NBA on NBC Music, you can actually have other content like Charles Barkley jokes off the air, like anything hilarious that Charles Barkley does on Inside the NBA, you can have instant replays of that on Peacock. So it's a win-win for NBC as a marketing brand. Whereas if Charles Barkley does something goofy at ESPN, they're either going to tell him to cut it out or they're going to try to limit how much fun they have, like they've done with Pat McAfee. That's why if I'm Barkley, I would go to NBC over Turner, over ESPN, because you'd have more creative control. ESPN will probably offer more money, but NBC will probably give you more creative control. And with Peacock, all the outtakes on Inside the NBA can be streamed on demand. And I think as a consumer, that's what NBA fans want. I could be wrong in that respect, Joey, but it's just something to think about. We have 5:32 left in the fourth quarter. The Indiana Fever lead by 7, 64-57. Very sloppy WNBA game. I will stay for the end of the WNBA game, but we are signing off after that. And the Cardoso, Aliyah Boston, 7 points and 5 fouls for the Indiana Fever. Aliyah Boston fouls out with one more foul, and she's the interior presence on this Fever team. She's their big, so if she fouls out, that gives the Sky a chance to rally back. Clark shoots a 3, but everybody's trying to be Curry in the WNBA, and we're just seeing air ball after air ball. So I can see why college basketball fans say this is a watered-down version of women's basketball. Because in college, it's easier to hit the three-point shot, but at the same time, the defensive fundamentals, mirroring the players, mirroring their body language, using your arms to reach out, extend, chest passes, bounce passes, variety of passes, all the things you learn in PE as a sixth grader, you don't see those players apply that stuff in the NBA now. You don't. All the fundamentals that you learn when you play basketball in gym for the first time as a third, fourth, fifth, sixth grader, you don't see NBA teams apply that. You really don't. And that's why I think the old school NBA fan is tuned out of the NBA entirely, whereas the new school NBA fan, whether it be a millennial or a Gen Z or a Gen Z, will tell you LeBron's better than Jordan because he played in a more competitive era. We know that's horseshit because in this era, there's less defense and less physicality. Yes, there's more stars, there's more three-point shooters, but there's less physicality. And that is something the newer generation of basketball fans refuses to take into account. And the WNBA is sort of at a point where the physicality is embraced, but the three-point shooting is also embraced. And it's just a more fun product. But yeah. What do you think of that? Because I feel like that really hits a lot of the points we're talking about. And the Fever go up by 7. Damn, so there's another WNBA game on Amazon Prime on Thursday. It's the Mystics versus Angel Reese. That's on Amazon Prime. So if you get Amazon Prime, you do get that game. I don't know if you do, but yeah, it's the Fever lead by 8 with 4:14. Both teams have 3 timeouts, and the Sky just burned their third timeout, so they've got 2 left with 4:14 to go. I don't see the Fever losing this unless Aliyah Boston fouls out. And this game's being held at Lucas Oil Stadium. This is not being held at where the Pacers play. They actually put this game in Lucas Oil Stadium with a huge crowd. You got Pat McAfee there. They got this WNBA game in Lucas Oil. With how popular the WNBA has become, they got this game in Lucas Oil. So yeah, I'll stay on the air till the end of this game, but I am signing off after that. Because Joey's got stuff he's got to do. And I want to get a little bit of sleep. I always pull all-nighters on Friday. And the NHL mock, I've got through 40 or 42 picks in my NHL mock draft. I found a few gems in the second round. I really did. I mean, I worked hard. I got through 42 write-ups in my NHL mock draft. So I've actually found a few gems in the early to mid portion of the second round. But clearly the drop-off is going to happen. Either after the top 50 or the top 60, there's going to be a drop-off. And it's not going to be a small drop-off. It's going to be a massive freaking drop-off to where in 4 weeks from now, when we cover the NHL draft on Restream, there's gonna be a crux moment where it gets kind of boring for Joey. I mean, it's a top heavy draft. Don't get me wrong; it's more top heavy than last year. But at the same token, you've got 30 first line players in the top 40. At the same token, once those players come off the board, they could come off the board by the time the Stanley Cup runner-up is on the clock at 31. Once those players come off the board, the drop-off in talent really begins to show itself, Joey. And that, I think, is what stands out with this year's NHL draft. And it's not necessarily a good thing either. But you've got a lot of teams like Chicago, Utah, San Jose. They need defense. They need defense in droves, defense in spades. And after the first 10 or 11 defensemen, there's not really a first line guy down the road. And you are betting on the size, the tape, the traits, and you're basically looking at second, third line defensemen on junior hockey league teams and saying, go out there and show me you can be a first line defenseman. Prove the critics wrong. And usually a player that's a second line defenseman on a junior hockey team at 17, 18, odds are they usually don't develop into a first line defenseman in an NHL. I think you have to show you could be a first line player at a really young age in junior hockey if you want to become a first line defenseman in the NHL. That's not always the case, but it's often the case. I'd say 60 to 80% of the time that's the case. There are outliers, and when there's outliers, it's great for the league. It's great in terms of success. But at the same time, there are outliers. But yeah, the Sky have the ball down by 8, and what are the Sky going to do here? Joey, I'm pretty sure Joey hung up. I appreciate Joey for staying on as long as he did. I think Joey's phone died, and I think Joey just has other shit to do. But I appreciate you calling in. So yeah, once this WNBA game ends, I'm going off of TalkShoe and I'm going off of Restream, but I'll stick around for the end of the Sky versus Fever matchup. Caitlin Clark, low post, bucket, 9-point game, 3.5 minutes to go. The Sky are really going to have to hit some 3-point shots here and get hot in these last. Caitlin Clark, 11 points, 8 rebounds, 6 assists. Chicago, they make it. Is that a 2 or a 3? That is a 2 because she's inside the paint. But it's a 7-point game. Fever are up by a touchdown here. Kennedy Carter with 15 points on the day. I'll check the chat room here. The Fever missed a shot. I'll see if anybody else has commented. And then I will probably sign off after this. Yeah, we have 25 viewers and we do have somebody in the chat room. Okay. I knew we had somebody in the chat room. Somebody else said crack an egg on your head for 100 or 20 gifted. I'm not cracking an egg on my head. The reason I'm not cracking an egg on my head is because if I crack an egg on my head, I could get salmonella. It's a health hazard. It is. If you get egg yolk on your hands, your face, your body, your hair, that can lead to salmonella. And salmonella can lead to death. If you have poor hygiene or you're too reckless, salmonella can lead to death. So, out of caution, I'm not going to crack an egg on my head. Now, if we used Easter eggs, I think this could work in theory, but I'm not going to degrade myself in that fashion. Um, and we also have an indoor football league. Jace Sternberger, former Ohio State tight end, really dominated in the. Is this the UFL or the XFL? Michigan versus Birmingham. I'm just curious. I want to think. Yeah, because I did not plan on going through regionals, but I'll go through regionals if Joey calls back in. That's up to him. If Joey chooses not to call back in, we're going to end the show after this. If he does, I'll give you guys some regionals because we do have some college baseball regionals for the MLB draft. I do want to take a look at that briefly here. And you know what? I'm going to take a look at that right now while we I'm going to take a look at that. I'm going to take a look at the regionals here while the WNBA game ends. So Southern Miss and Northern Kentucky each have a loss. Indiana State and Western Michigan each have a loss. East Carolina and Wake Forest in the Greenville Regional each have a loss. Evansville beat Wake Forest and Virginia Commonwealth beat East Carolina. So East Carolina and Wake Forest are essentially in an elimination game. That is huge. That is huge because Wake and East Carolina were two of the favorites to go far in this tournament, and they're in the elimination game. That's a big story. Oral Roberts and Duke are in the elimination game. Florida State, Stetson, and Alabama are in the elimination game. Georgia Tech and Army each have a loss. Vanderbilt and High Point lost. Coastal Carolina, I guess, beat Vanderbilt. Georgia Tech is beating Army in the elimination game. Bottom of the 7th. Bryant, James Madison in the elimination game. We've got Tulane and Nichols in the elimination game. Indiana State and Western Michigan in the elimination game. And these elimination games are huge because it's super regionals. You start with 64 teams, double elimination, and then you have the super regionals, which is 16 teams. The only teams that go to the super regionals are the teams that win each bracket. There's 16 brackets, 64 teams, 16 brackets. Vanderbilt and High Point. High Point is tied with Vanderbilt in college baseball. High Point is one of Florian's favorite soccer schools. Can frickin' High Point send Vanderbilt packing? That'd be a huge storyline in college baseball. If High Point can send Vanderbilt packing, that's a huge upset in college baseball waiting to happen. Got to give High Point love when it's warranted. But yeah, I'm just going through some of the upsets. I mean, Oregon State and Georgia have 0 losses. Travis Bazana, Charlie Condon, they're competing to be that number 1 pick. Arkansas, 0 losses. A lot of these teams with big-time stars, they're not going to slip up in the early portions of the tournament. They're going to try to get as far as possible and help their teams go as far as possible. But yeah, we got the Women's College World Series as well for fast pitch, Florida and Texas. But yeah, East Carolina and Wake, the Greenville Regional, when's that? Because if we've got an update on Wake, and that is on ESPN2, East Carolina leads Wake. Okay, I did not know that regionals were on right now. I might have to stick around here just to get an update on this game. All right, so that is on ESPN2. That's a big elimination game because I think East Carolina, Wake Forest, those are probably the 2 teams. I think those are the 2 teams that had the best chance of knocking out Tennessee. And now one of them is going to be eliminated thanks to both teams losing in the opening round of the regional. One of those 2 teams is going to be eliminated. And that's one team that Tennessee isn't going to have to deal with. That's huge for the Vols in baseball. It is 71-67. Chicago has made it a 4-point game. Minute left. 71-67. Fever will try to bleed the clock. Aliyah Boston. She knows she can't charge, so she shoots a mid-range shot, hoping Chicago won't score in time. Chicago playing with urgency, playing with momentum. Both teams in the bonus. Both teams with 2 timeouts remaining. 45.2 on the clock. And I promise you, as soon as this is over, I am going to call it a day because I'm at the tipping point where I'm ready to call this a day. And then I'll probably get some sleep and then rewatch the episode and just go through all the categories. $69, 71-69. Fever lead by 2. 37 seconds. Clark bleeding the clock. Caitlin Clark, she is bleeding that mother. She is bleeding that clock to Boston and Indiana. No. Out of bounds. Whose ball is it? Is it Fever ball or is it Sky ball? The official pointed towards the right. There is 4 seconds on the clock. 24.9 seconds. That is Chicago Sky ball. The Sky with a chance to tie this game. 24.9 seconds left. The Chicago Sky could send this to overtime. Holy crap, ladies and gentlemen. Only reason I'm calling is because the Sky are down by 2 with 24.9 seconds left. The Fever had a big lead, like they led by 7 or 8 points, but the Sky rallied back. They're down by 2. They got the ball back. If I guess the Fever got the ball, but like if the Sky tie it, this WNBA game is going to go to overtime. And Wake Forest and East Carolina, 2 of the college baseball teams we like, are playing an elimination game in the College World Series, the regional, because they drew on the same region. They both lost to Evansville and Virginia Commonwealth. And those are 2 powerhouse teams with good pitchers that would be threats to Tennessee, and one of them is going to be eliminated. So They're playing right now on ESPN2. That's the only reason I called you, Joey. I know you really don't want to call back into talk shoe with the audio, but if this game goes to overtime, will you stick around to hear the ending of it? And if it doesn't, we're just going to call it a day.
Yeah, because I'm looking at this because I didn't see it earlier. I'm going to see if I might accidentally get it on my bunny ears. Because it said earlier I wouldn't, but I'm going to try anyway.
Holy crap. Indiana just fouled Chicago with 6.6 seconds left. And Chicago had the ball.
Still, that doesn't answer the question. Why?
Yeah, you're like that YouTuber. I don't know what the YouTuber is, but they get all they're in New Orleans. They get all angry and pissed off. So basically, Aaliyah Boston just tackled the Chicago Sky player to try to get the ball back. She's at 5 fouls, so I think she fouled out. I think Aaliyah Boston just fouled out. No, that was not Aaliyah Boston. Aaliyah Boston's the center. That's another player who fouled. But if that was Aaliyah Boston, that'd be huge. So the Sky missed the first free throw. If you make the second one, Indiana gets the ball back up by 1, and you have to foul them. And you make the second one, Indiana's going to get the ball back. It's a very crazy game, very sloppy game. The Sky have 2 timeouts. The Fever only have 1 left, but they have 6.6 seconds. And I guess they're allowing WNBA players to start the ball in half court if you burn your last timeouts. Like, you get the ball past half court to start a possession. That's the rule in the WNBA. But you got Angel Reese playing defense here. The Sky are basically just going to pass. So the Indiana Fever threw a backwards pass. It's not called backward violation. They run out the clock.
Why would they not call that if it was a violation? It's like
the WNBA allows the players to start at the 3-point line, but the Indiana Fever player threw a backward pass, and they did not call that a backcourt violation.
But
that's how the game ends, which I think is horseshit because there's a backcourt violation with 4 seconds left. That should be Sky ball, 4 seconds left.
Okay, Chris. Did they pass it inbounds first before passing it behind?
They passed it inbounds, and they passed it behind. They passed it.
Okay, so I was going to say, because if it was just inbounds past the half-court line, it wouldn't be a half-court. But if they passed it inbounds and then passed it behind, that's a violation in front of them.
Yeah.
So that's a massively blunder call on the refs.
So, yeah, the WNBA refs. We've got the freaking NFL refs screwing up games. We've got the NHL refs trying to make sure the Dallas Stars lose. We've got Ron Torbert screwing the Bengals. And now we've got the WNBA refs who...
I give more credence to WNBA refs because they're trying to grow the game.
But this is just a massive screw-up. A backcourt violation with 4 seconds left in a 1-point game. The Sky have 2 timeouts, and they don't even get a chance to play for the win. It's a bad way to end the game.
I agree. That is a massive blunder. The WNBA, I have followed their commissioner. Their commissioner is probably not going to take this lightly. What discipline comes down is any of our guesses, because they are officials. And those can vary.
Yeah.
The overall thought process is very simple. Okay, you blew it. And the 2 biggest future stars of this league in their first professional meeting, you blew. That is going to take that's going to get people to say something needs to be done.
Right now, the Indiana Fever are 11th and the Sky are 8th. Okay, wow. Trey Savage is still on the mound in the elimination game. Wake Forest is playing, and I've been debating whether Trey Savage or Chase Burns is the number 2 pitcher behind Arkansas's pitcher. Trey Savage is at 103 pitches through 6 2/3 innings. It's a 4-1 game. I feel like East Carolina's going to let him finish this inning. 2 outs, no one on base, and then they're going to go to the bullpen. But yeah, Trey Savage has had a hell of a game today against Wake Forest. This game gets him back in the pitcher 2 conversation because it's a statement game. I mean, East Carolina and Wake Forest, these are the 2 teams that had the best chance of knocking out Tennessee. Well, Trey Savage came in through the bullpen. Pardon me, he started yesterday in the loss, but they brought him in through the bullpen. He has 9 strikes, 1 ball, but it says he has 103 pitches. So what the hell is going on? Is he starting or is he pitching out of the bullpen? This is what is confusing me, ESPN. Maybe those are 10 pitches by inning, but I do think that is interesting. Those are pitches by inning. So 104 pitches through 7 innings for Trey Savage. Because last year we had the Paul Skeens Rhett Lauder game, and you were a little bit higher on Lauder at the time, but Skeens won that game. It was a shootout. It was a hell of a game, and he's made the Pirates and shown why he's the number 1 pick. So, I mean,
yeah, even though he and the Cubs pitcher made me look fucking stupid.
The Reds pitcher, but
no, the Cubs pitcher in that first outing, when I said it'd probably be like 1 or 2 nothing game, and they accommodated 11 or 12 freaking runs
at PNC Park.
I was not a fan of that.
And then the second game was more of a pitcher's duel where the Pirates won. But yeah, basically Trey Savage and Chase Burns are my pitchers 2 and 3 behind Hagen Smith. And Trey Savage has gone 104 pitches through 7 innings. Only allowed 1 run to Wake Forest. That's amazing. That tells me Trey Savage might be the number 2 pitcher in the draft. And that was my theory for a while, but I didn't want to stand on principle until I saw a statement game from Savage. This is a statement game. Beating Wake Forest in an elimination game, in a game that, frankly, I think if these teams were in different brackets, we might see both of these teams in Omaha, but they both lost their opener. So now we're at the point where, okay, somebody's going to get eliminated. That's big.
Yeah, and I just saw that College World Series is going to be on, I think, ABC. So
yeah. Only reason I'm mentioning the college baseball is because I forgot the regionals started yesterday. So I went through some of the games, and I found out that Alabama's playing in the regional tomorrow. This is the Women's College World Series. So if you're into fast pitch, you've got Oklahoma, UCLA, Texas, Florida, Stanford, Alabama in the Women's College World Series. But yeah, as far as the men go, I'm not sure if Chase Burns is pitching today or if he pitched yesterday and they lost with Chase Burns on the mound. But I felt like Trey Savage could jump Chase Burns the big year, and he ends up he's beating Wake Forest, the team with Nick Kurtz. So I just think that's interesting. I don't know if it holds up, but Nick Kurtz brought in the RBI. So the only run Trey Savage gave up was on a Nick Kurtz single where runners were on first and second. Runner on first advances to third, and the runner on second scored on the Nick Kurtz RBI. So Nick Kurtz, who's a top 5 pick in the MLB draft, top 5, top 6 pick, that's the only batter to hit a run off of Savage through 104 pitches. So you can't really fault Savage for that. That says more about Nick Kurtz and why I'm a big proponent of him. If you look at the analytics, you look at the tape, you look at everything going on, you give up only 1 run through 7 innings, and it's to Wake's best player, Nick Kurtz. That says more about Kurtz than it does about Savage, if that's the only run he allowed. It's not a pretty game, but you'll take it. This shows me Savage can be a number 1 starter in the MLB. And you could probably get him on an underslot deal if you're the Guardians. You could probably reunite Gavin Williamson with Trey Savage and have the 2 East Carolina pitchers on the Guardians if you really wanted. Because Trey Savage is projected to go at like 11. So if you're the Guardians, you could probably get him for like 6 or 7 million and then use that extra bonus money for your number 1 pick on the best player in round 2. Because this is a game that's going to get you Savage into that conversation. Beating Wake Forest with a mid-major small school like East Carolina, that's going to get you in the driver's seat. Because Wake Forest was the preseason favorite to win the College World Series, and you just beat them in the elimination game. I didn't think Savage had that in him, and now that he does, this is going to help. This pretty much cements his status as a top 10 pick, wouldn't you think? Because East Carolina was not expected to beat Wake, and they did. So, it's like we'll see what happens now, but that definitely helps his stock out. And as soon as we get news on East Carolina turning the bullpen, I'll end at that point. But yeah, anything you want to add to that? Because I'm about ready to call it a day. I appreciate everything you've done with me. Just wanted to give you that WNBA update and figure out. But I think they're going to go to the bullpen. It's time. Savage pitched his rear end off, pitched his buns off, had 7 innings, only 1 run allowed to Nick Kurtz. It's time to go to the bullpen. 104 pitches in 7 innings. It's time to go to the bullpen. And if you're East Carolina, you've given your middle relievers a day of rest. Now you just need your setup and closer to knock this game out. And you're golden. You're in the next round. You're in the since college baseball's double elimination, you're in the next game. And I think East Carolina's toughest opponent is Wake. You get Wake out of your way, you should be able to take care of Elon and Virginia Commonwealth. But what this tells me is Elon and Virginia Commonwealth might have some small school guys that are worth taking in rounds 2 through 10. I mean, if those teams can beat powerhouses like East Carolina and Wake, that tells me those smaller schools might have some MLB prospects that you could get in the portal too. So that's the fun thing about college baseball and how it's unpredictable and how these regional games set up the super regionals and the College World Series. It's what makes this a lot of fun. But yeah, Evansville beat Wake yesterday and Virginia Commonwealth beat East Carolina. And both of those teams have Burns and Savage on the mound. So it's kind of surprising. Like, oh, crap. High Point's beating Vanderbilt. One of Florian's favorite soccer schools is High Point. High Point's beating Vanderbilt in baseball, and it's an elimination game. That's a huge upset because Vanderbilt's like a powerhouse in baseball. They're not very good in they're not very good in football. They're respectable in basketball, but like Vanderbilt's a powerhouse in baseball. So High Point beating Vanderbilt in baseball, that's a big upset, man. I mean, like, it's not a huge upset, but it's a big upset. You can't really take that for granted. That's a big upset. So, got to start looking at some of these High Point baseball players, too. Figure out who the difference makers are. And this is the fun part about the regionals, but as soon as we find out what's happening with Savage, I'm ending the call. But are there any regional games you want to watch the college baseball fan leading up to the MLB draft? Problem is they're all on ESPN Plus or ESPN. And then you have the women's baseball games right now, and then the men's baseball games will be on ABC probably later in the year. That's what I'm guessing. But yeah, Condon hit a home run in yesterday's game. I think right now it's a competition between Bazana, Hagen-Smith, and Condon. Whichever guy goes the furthest in the tournament's probably going to be the Guardians' number 1 pick. Whichever of those 3 goes the furthest in the tournament is probably going to be the number 1 pick. If Trey Savage can get East Carolina out of this early elimination loss and into Omaha, I could see them making a move. And I told you about a batter on Kansas State. Kansas State beat Louisiana Tech 19-4. So I'm keeping an eye on Kansas State. They got a nice outfielder. So yeah. It's the Greenville Regional. It's just kind of a surprise. I'll go through the regionals here since we know this game's probably going to end. I'll give you a chance to review the entire bracket, but East Carolina and Wake Forest losing is probably the biggest surprise. Southern Miss and Northern Kentucky lost. Duke lost. Duke and Oral Roberts are in a regional with Oklahoma and Connecticut, and both of those teams lost. Oral Roberts made the College World Series last year, if you remember. Alabama lost to Central Florida. Stetson lost to Florida State in the Tallahassee regional. Vanderbilt's going to be the first team out in the Clemson region. They're the 2 seed. They're going to be the first team eliminated. So yeah, that's big. That's probably a big upset. Indiana State's the 2 seed in the Lexington regional. They lost to Illinois, but it's double elimination. And after we get through double elimination, the last team in each regional goes to the Super Regional. It's a best of 3, and the winners of that go to the College World Series in Omaha. This is where everything comes into play. And I feel like whoever wins this East Carolina-Wake Forest game can beat Virginia Commonwealth or Evansville. They'll have their backs against the wall. It'll be a rematch, but, they might be able to fight their way out of this. If you beat the Virginia Commonwealth Evansville loser tomorrow, it's Sunday, then you get the last undefeated team on Monday and Tuesday, and you beat them twice, you're in the Super Regional. So it's a long, daunting road, but it is possible to get to there if you're one of these one-loss teams. It's not easy, but it is possible to pull off. But Vanderbilt being the first team eliminated is a big surprise. The other big surprise is Wake and East Carolina, the 2 teams that I figured would be the biggest threat to the number 1 overall seed Tennessee in the elimination game. So that's all I'm going to say on that. It's still a little early to see how this affects the Guardians, Joey, but I thought those were some interesting notes. And once we find out what's happening with you, Savage, I am going to sign off. I appreciate you calling in, man. Next week, we'll have a lot of hockey content. Quebec Major Junior Hockey League. Well, no, Savage is still in the game. They're not turning to the bullpen. Trey Savage, the number 3 pitcher in this draft, who I think has moved into that number 2 spot, still on the mound to start the 8th. I figured you'd go to the bullpen up by 3. But Savage has pitched 2 balls to start this top of the 8th inning. And really, I don't understand why you're going to the bullpen. I like Savage. His only run allowed was to Nick Kurtz off a single, but if you keep Savage in and you don't go to the bullpen and he fatigues, now he's pitched 3 balls. Now it's like you give Wake a chance to get back in the game. I love the fact that Savage is still in there, but I would have gone to the pen by now, Joey. I'm not sure what East Carolina's thinking.
Savage is one of my favorite pitchers in college baseball.
He entered the year as a late first-round pick, but I was so impressed by his ERA. I was like, if this guy dominates again, he could be a riser, and he's moved all the way into my top 10. I think I know Burns is the consensus number 2 pitcher, Chase Burns, but I think Savage has jumped him today. With East beating Wake 4-1, I think Savage is now the number 2 pitcher behind Hagen Smith.
I just don't. What inning did you say it is?
It's the top of the 8th. It's the top of the 8th in college baseball. Savage is at 110 pitches. He's only given up 1 run, and it was on a Nick Kurtz RBI where Nick Kurtz hit a single with runners on first and second. That's the only run he's allowed all game. And Nick Kurtz is the top 5 pick, so there's no shame in that.
I was going to say, it's like it's against a top 5, top 10 pick, so I'm not
going to fault him for that. He didn't give up a home run. He gave up a single against a top 5, top 10 pick, top 6 player, preseason number 1 pick. not going to be upset about that. That's his only blunder the entire game, but you're still keeping him in through 7 innings, and East Carolina gets the ground out. So 7 1/3 innings for Trey Savage through 112 pitches. I figured the bullpen would come in here, but they're keeping him in.
So do they not have middle relievers?
Or setup pitchers, because usually in the 6th, 7th inning, you have middle relievers. 8th inning, it's your setup pitcher, and the 9th inning, it's your closer.
Yeah, it's like, because you gave up a run, an RBI to a guy that's like Jose Ramirez, who is...
That's the only blunder. And the score is 4-1. If the score was 6-1, 7-1, I'd understand keeping your pitcher in. It's 4-1. If Wake gets a home run, they're right back in this, and they got the momentum.
Yeah, and here's the thing. The guy reminds me a little bit of Jose Ramirez and how he bats. Jose is quickly becoming an MVP candidate.
Okay, so they are going to the bullpen here. Trey Savage, he's giving everyone a handshake and a hug. The infielders, the backup, he's giving all those teammates a hug and a handshake, letting them know they did a hell of a job. And he's walking to the bullpen before getting an ovation.
Good, because I was going to go on as like, you got this guy like Jose Ramirez, and you gave up 1 run to him, and, you know, you're keeping him in, even though he's got like 112 pitches at the point that we're talking right now. It's like that's not smart.
Because if Wake gets 1 run, if a Seaver King if Seaver King, who's also a first-round pick, or Nick Kurtz gets a home run, it's a 2-run game. If they get back-to-back home runs, it's a 1-run game, and your closer has more pressure on them. Now you can throw your setup pitcher in for 2/3 innings and then go to the closer in the 9th.
Yeah.
So it's a much better position to be in.
Yeah, because something that I was paying attention to baseball.
I think the reason we are into all these pitchers in college baseball is because of what Paul Skeens and Rhett Lauder did last year. And now it's like we're seeing the same thing with Chase Burns and Trey Savage today.
Yeah, because one of the things I wrote down when I was paying attention to baseball the other day, because I didn't know if I'd remember or not, when I start betting, bet Jose Ramirez MVP. And I've got this guy who reminds me of Jose Ramirez.
But Trey Savage, if the Guardians took Savage at 1, they probably would only have to pay him $7.5 million. I wouldn't pick him at number 1, but here's the thing. If Trey Savage gets East Carolina out of this opening day loss to Virginia Commonwealth, and they win the Greenville Regional, and they get to Omaha, they beat Tennessee, and they get to Omaha to go to the College World Series, at that point, Trey Savage is in the discussion to go to the Guardians, because Tennessee's the number 1 seed in the tournament. Tennessee's the number 1 seed in the entire tournament. So if Trey Savage goes from beating Wake into an elimination game to beating Tennessee in the Super Regionals, at that point, he's entered the conversation as a sleeper to go to the Guardians. I don't think he'd go number 1, but he's at least got his foot in the door to where you have to consider him now.
I don't think he'd get him 1. I still think he is a late first, early second on the draft scale, but at the same time,
he was a late first in the preseason. He moved all the way up to 12 now, according to MLB Network. I moved him all the way up to 8. But I think that's the thing.
Network has always been suspect on.
Well, they had Savage in the late first round in February, but they moved him all the way up to 12 now. So
I've always been suspect with MLB Network on their rankings because they move people up and down
based on performance, not based on what they bring to an MLB ball club, but based on individual performance at the college and high school level.
And I think mostly because they do it on the high school level to the point that it makes me want to throw up. And it doesn't really reflect what these guys can do.
Oh, crap. The bullpen.
Actually going to be.
The reliever just hit a Wake Forest batter. So Wake Forest, and he hit him in the arm. He hit 27 in the arm. Who's 27 on Wake Forest?
I don't know.
I'm looking at the baseball, Wake Forest baseball, to find out.
Hit him in the elbow, the bicep.
Hit him in the elbow. He's not injured. He can move both arms. He's just shrugging it off. He's not flexing, not being macho. He's just like, all right, I got hit, whatever. And he's just smiling very calmly, very playfully. And he's telling the first base umpire, please be a little careful when that happens again. But I'm not harmed. I'm all right. Let's move on and play ball. All right. I think that's the right way to handle that.
It is. I've been hit a couple times with a pitch, but thankfully I was never hitting the elbow. I was hitting the shoulder. I was hitting the back. Never been hitting the head. Never been hitting the elbow. Thank goodness. Because when you get hit in those joints or in the head, it's never good.
All right, so 27 is Cameron Gill, a graduate from Wake Forest. So if you're looking, he's a catcher. Cameron Gill's a catcher in Wake Forest. If you're looking for a guy in the 8th or 9th round that could be an MLB catcher, Cameron Gill might be your guy.
Yeah, I was going to say, wasn't he somebody we talked about on the catcher rankings here a couple months ago?
No, he wasn't. The name sounds familiar, but he's not a guy we talked about. Cameron Gill has a .218 batting average, but he has 14 home runs. Really good power hitter.
Nothing bad about having a power hitter in the lineup.
The batting average is low, but he has the, wait, I'm checking something here. He has 4 home runs. That 14, I thought he had 14 home runs. He has 14 walks. He only has 4 home runs. Yeah, that changes things. I was going to say.
So he's an absolute nothing run.
Yeah. Nothing burger. But Wake Forest got another hit. They have 2 runners on base, and Nick Kurtz is back at the plate. So, and now East Carolina is going back to the pitcher's mound with the bullpen, because the bullpen guy for you, Savage, gives up 2 runners, and he's basically just tapping him on the shoulders like, what's going on here? And it looks like
It reminds me of Jose Ramirez at the plate, and it's like, hey, guess what? I can tie or win this game here in one swing.
Growler. I'm looking at Growler now, this East Carolina, because if this bullpen guy can take out Nick Kurtz, he might be a late round pick if he's draft eligible. That's the thing.
If he strikes out Hurts,
and he's a bullpen guy, that's a guy might worth keeping an eye on if he's draft eligible.
We're going to have to take a big look at him.
That's why I'm going to the East Carolina roster now to do my preparation in advance. What's the ERA? Is this guy worth anything? Because I wasn't going to get into college baseball in the live stream, but when I saw that Wake and East Carolina, 2 teams with MLB draft prospects at pitcher in an elimination game, I'm like, all right, I got to quickly break this down.
Well, you're in luck because I'm technically not on the live stream, so guess what?
We're still on TalkShoe as well.
No,
That's
you're on TalkShoe. I'm talking to you.
On the phone.
So,
I called because I'm like, wow, this is really interesting. It's not ideal, but it's a very fascinating situation. So,
but I'm not technically on TalkShoe. You are. So
yeah, Aaron Growler, I found him. He is a graduate student from Harleysville, Pennsylvania. Originally played at Seton Hall. Went to East Carolina in the portal. He has an ERA.
East Carolina is a good.
He has an ERA of 3.9. He began the year with an ERA of 0 through his first 5 games. Then it went up to 2.7 against Columbia. Then it went up to 5.14 against UTSA. Went down to 4.91. Went down to 3.48 after a solid outing against NC State through 3 innings, where he came in as a middle reliever. 2 innings against Wichita State. He got a save against North Carolina State. 2.51. Got an inning. So he's got experience as a closer, setup pitcher, middle reliever. I mean, I don't see 4 innings, 3 1/3 against Wichita State in a loss is the most he's pitched. But you're looking at a bullpen guy that can play middle reliever, setup, or closer. Very versatile in that respect. And you know what? He's got an ERA of 3.9. If he had an ERA of above 4, I wouldn't even consider him. But he's got a 3.9. And if he can take, and he strikes out Nick Kurtz right here, this is a guy I'm looking at as a potential late round pick in rounds 10 through 20. A guy who could get to boost your bullpen.
Well, as a middle reliever, I wouldn't take a 3.9 as too much of a
3.9 is ERA on the year, but he's played 3 innings as a middle reliever, 1 as a closer, and 2 as a setup pitcher. So he
you can take that with a grain of salt then, because each one there is an expected ERA for each set.
I did not know that.
He's somewhere in the middle. I guess the best you could probably do to get a good, if you're looking at the statistics.
I think he'll get drafted, but he'll probably be on day 3 in the 11 through 20 range, if I had to guess. Maybe he sneaks into round 10 or 9 if he strikes out Kurtz here, but that's really what this is contingent on.
I think he might go a little further because of his versatility. Because, as a middle reliever, you expect at least a 3, as a closer, a 2. It's like you expect different things. Or maybe I'm just out of date with my stats.
Like long relievers, I expect 4 or 5 innings. Middle relievers, I expect 2 or 3 innings. Setup pitchers, I expect 1 to 2. And closer, I expect 1. So.
Yeah, so it's the best I can give you is on that,
He'll probably start out as a middle reliever, and if he's money, he'll get promoted to setup pitcher. And then if he's still money, he'll be the closer.
Not only that, but to average them all together, I guess.
And he got Nick Kurtz out on a pop-up. Nick Kurtz, he hits it in the air. He realizes it's a pop-up. He slams his bat, and he gets Nick Kurtz out on a pop-up.
He got it up, and Kurtz got under it. That was a great job on his part.
Yeah. And now the manager wants to take Kroller out of the game. Are you kidding me, dude? Let him keep playing. He just got Nick Kurtz out.
This is a thing that
irritates me as a fan, because if 44 ends up giving up a run, you're going to look really freaking stupid for pulling.
This is the thing. In the NFL, they say coaches, general managers, personnel, they say you're overthinking it. You're thinking your way out of
if
you're thinking yourself out of a potential massive play. You are
if you want to bring the closer in the 9th inning, that's fine, but let Kroller finish the inning. He's only pitched like 6 or 8 pitches. He's got enough to get through this inning, maybe even get you through a third of the 9th.
You're one of the better middle relievers in college baseball. The hell, just let him finish the game.
This is why I hate managers in college baseball.
They overthink themselves.
Yeah.
It's
okay, Wyatt Lunsford Shankman has a 1.38 ERA as a closer, 5 saves. All right. But I still would have let the other guy finish the inning.
There's a reason he's a closer, though.
Yeah. Now I got to take a look at this guy, because East Carolina probably has 3 draftable pitchers this year. If you look at the 20-round MLB draft, Savage will go in the first round. I think the setup pitcher will probably get picked, and I think the closer will get picked as well. Just looking at the roster, I would say there's 3 draftable players. I would say the closer goes somewhere in day 2, and the middle reliever setup pitcher probably goes in day 3. I would guess that's probably in rounds 11 through 20. If I had to take an educated guess, that would be my educated guess.
Yeah, when you got 3 pitchers that can go in the first, potentially go in the first 10 rounds, You don't just randomly pull the damn people before they get their job done.
And here's the thing: you already have one loss. So if you lose to Wake, you're out. But tomorrow you're gonna play the Evansville, Virginia Commonwealth loser. Evansville beat Wake, so you're gonna play that team on Sunday. And if you beat that team, you'll get a rematch with the 0-loss team, but you'll have to beat the 0-loss team twice on Monday and Tuesday to get to the Super Regionals on a very short week.
Yeah, and that's just not
ideal.
I was gonna say not ideal.
So I can get why you'd want to conserve your middle reliever, but if anything, you should conserve your closer, because if you have to go through all those games day after day after day.
Yeah, because most closers can go 2 innings.
All right, so the closer ends up getting the last out in 2 pitches to end the inning.
Okay, so not much damage done.
Yeah, Wake got runners on first and second with no outs, but East Carolina's bullpen's able to get out of that.
Yeah, it should have been more simple. I will give East Carolina's manager a pass because he's been one of the best managers in college baseball for a lot of years. But at the same time, it's just, God, dude, you took a hell of a chance. You took a risk.
And you could have just saved that closer for the 9th inning, and he would have had more energy in the next elimination game.
Yeah, it was a heck of a risk, but because it paid off,
you got the benefit of the doubt for now.
He has been one of the better managers for a number of years, so
I think Nebraska's losing. I mean, I told you Vanderbilt was losing to a... Oh, no! Vanderbilt and High Point are tied at 9 in the bottom of the 8th.
Oh, they came back?
Yeah, High Point... I know, High Point's known for their soccer. High Point... That's kind of how I heard about High Point. The High Point Panthers. Yes, the High Point Panthers. That's Florian told me about their soccer program. They've had a first-round goalie, a first-round midfield. I think Jefferson Amaya went undrafted, and he was a preseason first-round pick, which is nuts. But, High Point and Vanderbilt are tied at 9 in the bottom of the 8th. This says the bottom of the 8th. ESPN says the top of the 8th. But NCAA.com says it's the bottom of the 8th. So is NCAA.com ahead of ESPN, or is ESPN behind on real-time data? Because I might tune into High Point Vanderbilt if this game... I mean, I feel like I have a responsibility at this point. Now that we know East Carolina's got this under control, let's quickly check in on... that game is on SEC Network. So SEC Network, let's see, because High Point, that's interesting. Ooh, Carter Holton, the Vanderbilt pitcher that we remember. Carter Holton, the Vanderbilt pitcher we almost mocked in the first round with the 5.29 ERA. That is who's on the mound right now against High Point in the bottom of the 8th.
Long reliever role?
He started out as the long reliever. They are moving him into a setup role, but he has an ERA of 5.29, and they're bringing him in the 8th inning with a tie game. Carter Holton, the Vanderbilt pitcher in MLB Network's top 50. The 5.29 ERA.
If they figured that he wasn't straight slave for a starter and he was only decent for a long reliever, but he was excellent as a setup, maybe the ERA is a little misleading based on...
Because there's other variables. Like if a pitcher is an ERA of 4, but they have a 100-mile-an-hour fastball, they have good durability, no Tommy John surgery, teams will look past ERA in some instances.
Not even that. It's what they're doing and how how they've been moving this kid around so much that the 4.5 or whatever it is, ERA 5.1 is kind of misleading because they're not setting them into one spot. Starter, middle reliever, long reliever, no short reliever setup, and it's like, what else are they going to do?
Okay, I do have an upset to report. Niagara is defeating Nebraska 4-0 in the top of the third on ESPN+. Nebraska lost the regional in the Stillwater regionals. You had Oklahoma State, Nebraska, Florida, Niagara. Florida beats Nebraska. Oklahoma State beats Niagara, but Niagara is beating Nebraska in the elimination game.
I would not have thought that.
That's a big upset. I think that's a bigger upset than High Point being tied with Vanderbilt, if we're being honest, because you go back to the mid-2000s when college baseball wasn't really as big as it is now, but was starting to grow. Nebraska was one of those powerhouse teams that was always in Omaha.
Yeah, it's like Nebraska. I was not seeing Nebraska having trouble with this.
If they were having trouble with Oklahoma State or Florida, fine, but Niagara, it's like Niagara is the weakest team in that region.
Yeah, Niagara is not the team I expected them to have issues with.
That's why this is so entertaining, because it's like Niagara's just, and not only does High Point have a runner on second thanks to Carter Holden, High Point's managers brought in Frank Kelly, one of the leaders in stolen bases, as a pinch runner here with one out and runner on second. So can Frank Kelly get a run here to put High Point ahead? That's going to be interesting, because that's a big turnaround if they can pull this off. And the first team eliminated is Northern Kentucky. They were the 4th seed in the Knoxville bracket. They played Southern Miss and lost. So, and Army got eliminated against Georgia Tech. So Army and Northern Kentucky are the first teams out in the round of 64. We're down to 62 on the road to Omaha. So those scores just went final. But yeah, it's like, I would have expected Omaha. This has been a crazy day of regionals. I know it's not as exciting as some of the key matchups, but like, I think if East Carolina can make it to the Super Regionals, that game versus Tennessee is probably the best Super Regional. Kentucky and Oregon would play in the Super Regionals if they won. That's a big game. Kentucky, number 2 team in the country. Oregon State with Travis Bazzana. North Carolina State would play Georgia in the Super Regionals if both teams won their regions. Arkansas would most likely play... Arkansas's got to play Kansas State in the next round. Kansas State just beat Louisiana Tech 19-4. I'm guessing Hagen Smith pitched against Southeast Missouri, but if he didn't, he's probably going to have to pitch him against that Kansas State team that scored 19 runs. So not only did the pinch runner steal third base, the Carter Holden walked the batter through 10 pitches, and now Carter Holden has runners on third and first. How much longer is Carter Holden going to have to try to get out of this? There's one out. If he can get the double play, he can save face, but, you know, this is a bad spot to be in if you're...
You were put into this spot to fix this shit. And
tie game, 5.39 ERA, but has a top 50 grade according to MLB Network. I think Jonathan Mayo has him at like 50 on his draft rankings, and I'm like, really? I didn't say that to him, but I'm thinking to myself, I'm reading his rankings, like, I'm thinking to myself, like, really? This is a top 50 player? Because I'm trying to find those pitchers with low ERAs that are listed in the second, third round on MLB Network to see if there's a riser in the draft. And this guy's number 50. This is a top 50 player.
More of you're expected to be one of the best
relievers, and it's a tournament game. If your coach summons you in a 9-9 game as a reliever, you're expected to deliver at that point.
Exactly.
It's a playoff game, so this gives you a gauge of how clutch this player is going to be.
Yeah, I'm not sure of his rank or anybody else's rank, simply because I don't pay attention as much to the rankings as other people do, but I know top prospect, and if you are a top prospect, I know there's expectations.
Yeah, and High Point stole second base, so now High Point has runners on second and third with one out. The good news is High Point just hit a foul ball. It did not result in an out, so the count is 2-2. There's still time for Carter Holden to save face, but man, I do not see a top 50 prospect. Just from the 14 pitches I've watched of him, this is not a top 50 player. Maybe a top 100 guy, not a top 50 guy.
Well, 14 pitchers don't tell me anything. The thought process now is okay.
He's at 15 pitches through 1/3 inning. 15 pitches through 1/3 of an inning.
1/3 of an inning. That's
strikeout. He gets a strikeout here. So now 2/3 of an inning. 16 pitches, 2/3 of an inning. Huge strikeout with runners on third and second. Now you just need one out. You don't need a double play. You can just keep it simple, stupid, and get it to the catcher or the first baseman, who's ever closest, whatever infielder's closest to you with 2 outs. You can get out of this.
Yeah, because when I was sitting there thinking, I was trying to think of different strategies to get out of this. Now with the strikeout, keep the damn thing on the ground.
Yeah.
Keep it low. Doesn't matter if it's low to the outside, low to the inside.
Well, here is a player to keep an eye on for High Point. Peyton Carr. He's the designated hitter. He's 1 for 3. He has 12 home runs for High Point. I am going to look up Peyton Carr, what year he is, because if he's draft eligible, that's another potential riser to look at. Because he has 13 home runs for High Point. Redshirt junior. That is technically a senior. So if he goes undrafted, High Point gets him back. And if he gets drafted, I think that might be a player to keep an eye on. And Vanderbilt gets him out. But hey, I mean, Longwood, 13 home runs. What's the batting average? 415. Okay, so that's pretty good for a designated hitter. 415 batting average, 13 home runs. I want to see what other numbers we have, like slugging percentages, all that stuff. 0 stolen bases though, so this is a pure power hitter. He's not gonna get on base with speed with grounders. So if you can set him up to hit grounders and pop up infield flies, has a slugging percentage of 904. Had 494, 457, and 400, but he is taken off this year, Joey. Peyton Carr has a 904 slugging percentage. That is the highest slugging percentage of any batter I've scouted. That's a 90% slugging percentage.
So pretty darn long stroke said slugging percentage.
Yeah, his slugging percentage went from 400 to 904. It went up by 0.500 points. That's really good.
Yeah, going up 500 points, that's alarming. What are the...
Well, to be fair, he only played 1 game as a junior due to a season-ending injury, but he's played in 25 games this year since returning from the injury, and he played 42 as a freshman, 55 as a sophomore. He's played 25 since the season-ending injury, but has had a 904 slugging percentage since. Only 10 strikeouts, had 25 and 26 the first 2 years, only 10 this year. So he's cut back on his strikeouts. I would take a flyer on a guy like that in the late rounds. Like, if he's still there in rounds 11 through 20, I would take a flyer on him then. I don't know if I could say that before then, though.
Yeah, because there are too many variables that.
I mean, I'm not saying he's undraftable, but that's a guy, he gets to rounds 11 through 20, and you want another power hitter to develop. That's a guy to gamble on at that point.
You don't gain 50 percentage points without a lot of variables somewhere along the way. So that makes me question a little bit.
And he could not get a hit against Vanderbilt in a clutch situation, so I'm leaning towards he's probably closer to the 16 through 20 range than the 11 through 15 range if I had to take an estimate.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Because it's like you don't want to take somebody, and this is something I've said multiple times. You don't want to take somebody early with a lot of questions about the variables.
Yeah, you want to have a good idea of what you're drafting, especially in rounds 1 through 5, but even more so in rounds 6 through 10, especially with the signability issues and other things that come up that teams like to keep in-house.
Yeah, it's to equate it to an NFL draft pick, it'd be a 5th through 7th round pick. It's, people with questions, but some upside. And that's why.
Yeah, you have your first round picks, you have your second round picks, and basically a 3rd through 5th round pick is basically a 3rd round pick in the MLB. A 6th through 10th round pick is a 4th round pick in NFL draft standards. A 11 through 15 is probably a 5th round pick. A 16 through 19 is a 6th round pick, and a 20th round is a 7th round UDFA, basically. But yeah, this is interesting. The only reason I'm still on the live stream is because Vanderbilt and High Point are tied, and it's the 9th inning. That's the most exciting point of the baseball game because that's literally the crux moment in the game for both teams. So how do these guys handle pressure? How do they react? That's really big thing. And look, you don't have to limit yourself to just the NCAA Division I baseball, guys. There's talent in Division II and Division III, but I think the odds of hitting on that talent are a lot less likely, and the level of competition just isn't the same because in Division II you have 8 teams and it's a double elimination type bracket. So it's not like, yeah, this is a really good team. That's the thing. It's basically an 8-team double elimination tournament in AA and AAA. So yeah, you're not really going to get much in terms of maybe there's a few guys on your favorite, like my alma mater's Slippery Rock. Maybe there's a few Slippery Rock baseball players that are late round picks, but they're going to be guys in 15 through 20 if they get picked. And they have to be like really super impressive just to warrant consideration with all the Division I guys and high school players and value picks. Vanderbilt steals second. Yeah. Indiana State leads Western Michigan. Wofford leads. Nebraska has scored 3 runs to make it a 1-run game. Okay, that's a start, Nebraska. You went from disappointing your fan base to showing a little bit of fire. Not enough to get the lead, but enough to get back in the game. Yeah, I've enjoyed this, but yeah, next Saturday there's a lot of hockey stuff. There's the Memorial Cup, there's the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League draft, and the Stanley Cup, whoever it is. We'll have a thumbnail of that, and I've got 40 picks in my NHL, 42 picks of the 65 picks in the first 2 rounds. I've got 42 of those picks finalized already. And really, it's just a matter of if the Oilers and Panthers win, I'll have to move the Rangers and Dallas into the 29 through 30 slots. And the other 2 teams, Edmonton and Florida, would move into the 31 and 32 slots. That's really the only tweak I have to make if I end up being wrong on my Stars Rangers Cup prediction. And that's a minor tweak to make in the grand scheme of things, Joey, because you're just shuffling the draft order of 4 teams based on the exact draft order. It's not like that's not a very big tweak to make, especially this late in the draft, because you have a 25% chance of getting the order right. And then once 29 and 30, we know who's picking there, you have a 50-50 shot of getting 31 and 32 right. But yeah, back to baseball. I'll save the hockey talk for next week. But yeah, Vanderbilt gets a runner on second, and their reliever strikes out. This reliever's at 21 pitches. I don't know how many innings they've pitched. But yeah, High Point has got a chance to steal this. I think High Point's athletic program in soccer and baseball's gotten a lot better as of late. I don't think they're very good in basketball, and I don't know if they have a football program. I'm not going to say they do or don't, but I just think that's interesting. Because the High Point Panthers are one of these teams that, their athletic program, they've done some nice things in the North Carolina region past few years. This is the Clemson Regional. They've got 2 Clemson fans with front row seats. A lot of Clemson fans taking up the front row seats, and that's the thing. If you win your regional, you're the highest seeded team in your regional, you get home field. It's a huge advantage. East Carolina has home field this year because they won their region. And, High Point got the third out. Yeesh. This feels like Game 7 of the Cubs-Indians World Series without the entertainment value. But it's tied. High Point can win the game with a run in the 9th inning. But yeah. Let's go back, see if Wake Forest held on to... there's 1 out, and Wake has runners on third and second. The closer is now at 9 pitches. Okay, so that's interesting. And Wallace, I swear they had another reliever. No, Wallace was the closer, I believe. But yeah, Wallace, 10 pitches, has runners on second and first with 1 out. So you can get a double play and win this. But if you don't get a double play and Wake loads the bases, they're going to have a chance to score. And if you give up a home run, Wake ties the game and we go to extras. Wake hits a line drive. 1 run is coming in. 2 runs are coming in. And the Demon Deacons make this a 1-run game in the top of the 9th. No. It's still 4-2, but you got runners on the corners on third and first. So, if you had just trusted the other reliever, you're probably not in this situation. And the closer is fresher, less fatigued. Because some closers fatigue after 10 pitches. Others can go a little bit longer, pitch more. And now we have East Carolina's pitching coach coming to the infield. Oh boy, this is not good. So it's not the manager, but it's the pitching coach. And he's interrogating the entire infield in this big pressure situation. And now the manager's like, Maybe we should get another guy. We might be screwed, but we're just going to stick with this guy and see where it goes. I don't necessarily agree with it, but I do think it's interesting. Vanderbilt and High Point's got a runner on second with no outs. So High Point's already got a runner on second thanks to Carter Holton with no outs. Yeah, I'm double boxing. I'm not as iconic as Scott Hansen, but I'm double boxing the regional games, flipping the channel between both. I wish I knew how to do split screen on my TV. I would if I knew how to do it. So, got runners on first and third. It looks like High Point is going to having a team huddle. I think High Point's going to end this so we can end things on talk shoe. I appreciate Joey sticking around. The East Carolina, it looks like they've got count at 1 and 2. That is going to be a hit. It looked like a double play. That is a hit. Wake Forest has officially made it a one-run game with runners on the corners with 1 out. Do you keep your closer in this situation, or do you turn to the bullpen and try to get someone else to finish the save? Because right now, Wake has all the momentum, and this is basically what we thought could happen last inning, but it's happening now. And Nick Kurtz might be in a situation where Nick Kurtz is up with 2 outs. And that's not a fun situation with the tie game. That's not a situation you want your reliever in. But yeah, the closer keeps staring at his glove and his wristband like it's a freaking Rolls-Royce 1980s watch. The Rolls-Royce is a car vehicle. I'm trying to think of a watch company. But yeah, Wake is looking like they're going to bring in a pitch runner or something with runners on the corners with 1 out. East Carolina is still going to go with their closer. Yeah, Carter Holden at 24 pitches now in the bottom of the 9th. This is good because he's showing he can be more than a setup pitcher. He can be a long reliever. It's a tie game. It's elimination. You got to bring your best to Omaha. All right, East Carolina here. 1 out. This is why the pitch clock in MLB is awesome, because we do not have all these delays. 2 and 1. High Point. Ground out. But runners on third. High Point has a runner on third with 1 out. You just got to get that runner home. That's easier said than done, Joey, but that's a very advantage. If you had a runner on third with 2 outs, that'd be a bit problematic, but you have 1 out. You just got to get the runner on third home. And you don't have to try to hit a home run. A line drive will suffice. Grounder probably won't unless the grounder gets past the infielder. But if you can hit a grounder in between the infielders and they can't dive and make the catch, and the infielders are leaning in, they're not going back and giving the batter space. The infielders are leaning in expecting a grounder. So this is the perfect time to hit with power, because if you hit with power and the infielders are leaning in, more often than not, it's going to result in a hit. So this is the time to go for the line drive, go for the knockout punch. Here, if you're High Point. Carter Holden at 28 pitches now. And Wake Forest has bases loaded. And everybody is giving East Carolina's closer the pity pat. Number 30 is coming in to try to win the game. So this is the I believe this is the because the second bullpen pitcher got Nick Kurtz out. The third bullpen pitcher is the closer. This is the 4th bullpen pitcher East Carolina's summoned since Trey Savage. I don't know if they can win their regional if they're going through the bullpen like this. I'm not sure they win their regional. DiLorenzo is in for East Carolina with the bases loaded and 1 out here in the bottom of the 9th. And Jackson DiLorenzo is a true freshman, 6 foot 220, 5.01 ERA. And Jackson DiLorenzo, true freshman with an ERA of 5. He is coming in out of the bullpen against Wake Forest with the game on the line. So he's not going to be eligible until 2026. But right now, this is an opportunity for him to build some confidence. You got a freshman pitcher with an ERA above 5. Right now, this is an opportunity for your young guy to build some confidence. Because if he can win this game on a double play, okay, that's going to give him some confidence heading into the next round. And you can utilize him more, give him a bigger role as he continues to improve. So definitely an interesting spot by East Carolina's manager to summon the freshman pitcher with 1 out and the bases loaded. I don't think you'd do this as a manager, Joey, but I do think it's an interesting dynamic nonetheless. Yeah, runners on the corners with 1 out here for Vanderbilt. High Point. Double boxing between the games. I'm trying to get. And it looks like Vanderbilt's Carter Holden's going to walk into their batter. Merrick Houston, 2 for 8, 2 home runs on the year. This is I believe this is the catcher for Wake Forest. Nick Kurtz is on deck. Yeah, so Nick Kurtz is on deck. Nick Kurtz could put this game away. You've got to. Yeah, this is not good. You have a freshman pitcher with an ERA of 5 going up against Nick Kurtz if you can't get a double play here. That is not what you want if you're East Carolina, Joey, to have a true freshman going up against Kurtz. That's not what you want. That's not ideal. But they kind of put themselves in this by relying on the closer and not giving the other reliever a chance. They kind of put themselves in this situation. There's no other way to put it. I just want these games to be over. I do. I want to end both streams, but these are both really competitive games. That's the only reason. And it's the 9th inning. It's not like we're going to have a tie game. It's not like we're going to have extras. It's not like college baseball is expecting us to runners on third and second with 1 out for Carter Holden. Vanderbilt pitcher. 38 pitches now through 1 1/3 innings. Wake Forest, pop-up out for... No, it goes in the crowd. Man, tough break for East Carolina. And Vanderbilt, no! Vanderbilt cannot get the runner out in time, so High Point officially knocks out Vanderbilt. The High Point Panthers have sent Vanderbilt packing. That's our first final upset of the tournament, but what a game. But man, Vanderbilt baseball has taken a huge fall. I mean, they won the 2019 World Series before COVID. They lost the 2021 World Series. But, they really haven't been back since then. And, even though Vanderbilt's got one of the best skippers in college baseball, the quality of baseball has gone down to the point where you can make a rise and fall YouTube video of Vanderbilt baseball. You could. You really could, Joey, when you put it into hindsight. And that would get a lot of clicks for anybody trying to boost their YouTube channel. That would get a lot of clicks. But yeah. East Carolina, only 1 game left. East Carolina and Wake. Full count, 1 out. True freshman walks the batter. We have a tie game as Nick Kurtz comes to the plate with 1 out in the top of the 9th. This is literally your worst case scenario for East Carolina, Joey. You have a true freshman pitcher coming into the game with an ERA of 5 going up against Nick Kurtz. and the game is tied, and the bases are loaded for Nick Kurtz. So, Nick Kurtz has a chance to be the hero. And, East Carolina, I just do not know how. Are they going to make another bullpen change here with Nick Kurtz at the plate? Are they going to go to their fifth bullpen pitcher? Sheesh. You should have just kept Savage in the game and saw what happened. I mean, at this point, it's like, this is just a disaster waiting to happen for East Carolina. And number 28 comes in with Nick Kurtz at the plate again. Oh my goodness. Oh, East Carolina, shit. It's like, I mean, this is just such a bad performance. Richie, number 28, is coming in. I mean, yeah, it's like, it's just insane. These college baseball games, they are big from a draft stock perspective, but yeah, it's 313. I'm, go to ESPN2. I am going to sign off pretty soon. I just am. Like, Joey and I, we've worked our rear ends off, and whenever this game is over, I've got to live stream every segment. I've got to replay the podcast and go through every single segment of the podcast and then promote it on social media. Like, organize the chapters for every single podcast, every single segment. That is a lot of work. So, and I thought this would be a 3-4 hour show. I wanted to make it 5 hours and cover the WNBA, but I didn't realize we had college baseball on as well with the regionals. So I decided to tune into a regional. And yeah, we've got Wake Forest and East Carolina tied in the 9th. If Nick Kurtz gets a grand slam here, the game's over. Wake will win it in the bottom of the 9th. You can bring Chase Burns in as like a reliever and get the win if you didn't start him today. But yeah, East Carolina's pretty much dug their own grave at this point, because it's like, unless you get out of this inning and you win in the bottom of the 9th, it just doesn't look good. And Wake's in a great spot. Eric Ritchie from Telford, Pennsylvania is coming in. He's a sophomore. He's a 2025 prospect. He is a 6.83 ERA. At this point, East Carolina's manager's just throwing darts at the dartboard and hoping one of the darts lands, Joey, because it's like, you've gone through 5 different relievers since pulling Trey Savage. And the one reliever who got Nick Kurtz out, you took him out of the game. And that has just led to a series of unfortunate events. You try to get the win with the closer. The closer can't get you the win. Closer gets you a blown save. And now you've gone through another reliever. So you're on your 5th reliever. Even if East Carolina wins this game, the bullpen fatigue is going to kick in. They're probably not going to get out of the super regionals due to the bullpen fatigue from this game. And Nick Kurtz has another opportunity to be the hero. And Richie gets Nick Kurtz on a strike. Another opportunity to scout Nick Kurtz here. Jose Ramirez. Joey's confirms Jose Ramirez. But like, yeah, that's really the only reason I'm still talking about this is because it's another opportunity to scout Kurtz at the plate. And Nick Kurtz, I said he hits like Mark McGuire, defends like Freddie. I'm thinking of a dot. Keith Hernandez. Joey, compare him to Jose Ramirez. That's simpler. That's easier. It puts less pressure on the guy. But yeah, he's a power hitting infielder. 2-1. It looks like East Carolina is going to walk Nick Kurtz. And if that's the case, Wake Forest is going to win. I'm not even going to stick around and waste my energy in the bottom of the 9th because I'm exhausted. I know Joey's exhausted. I appreciate everybody who's been on the stream for over 5 hours, but the goal is to make like a 2 or 3 hour show that was 5 hours tops. And I didn't think these college baseball games, we'd have regionals this competitive this early in the tournament. That's my fault for not anticipating that. So I will take accountability in advance. But it's like, Nick Kurtz, grounder. And that is a safe. Nick Kurtz barely gets on first base. East Carolina goes for the double play, Joey, and it backfires. Wake Forest takes the lead. And it's all thanks to Nick Kurtz. And look.
One of the best hitters and a very good route runner.
That was a risky decision. But Nick Kurtz gets on base just in the nick of time. It's a photo finish. You could have played it safe and thrown. Well, technically, the shortstop got it. So the double play is the best chance of working in that scenario, even though you could have thrown it home to the catcher for the out. Yeah, I compared him to a Mark McGuire as a power hitter with the defense of Keith Hernandez. But yeah, he does remind Jose Ramirez is a better comp for the more modern day baseball fan. If you're an old school baseball fan, you enjoy my comp. But if you're a modern day baseball fan, the Ramirez comp's just more realistic. And Richie is now getting pulled. East Carolina is on their sixth. They're on their they're on their seventh different pitcher since Trey Savage. 7. They had Trey Savage in for 7 1/3 innings. So in the past 1 1/3 innings, East Carolina has gone through 7 different relievers, Joey. That has got to be a record for how bad their bullpen is. Like, I don't think their bullpen's bad. They should have kept the pitcher that got Nick Kurtz out in the game, but they didn't. They turned to the closer, and because the closer isn't very good, and because the closer is a bad day, you have to play your bad relievers. And Charlie Hodges, he's only pitched 4 1/3 this year. He's the long reliever, but he has a 6.23 ERA, and he's coming in to get you out of this jam. Yeah, it's like, this is just not good. This is just overthinking things. Like, sometimes you ride the hot hand instead of just throwing your best pitcher in there, or ride with the hot hand. This is just a classic case of really poor management by East Carolina, because they're up 4-1. Savage is playing out of his mind, but just mismanagement by the bullpen is really what's going to be the undoing for East Carolina, Joey. And it's a shame because it is a 4-3 game, 4-2, 4-3 game. You just have to hold them scoreless and you win. And East Carolina, East Carolina's basically doing their best impression of the Atlanta Falcons in Super Bowl 51. This is easily the biggest choke job I've seen since Super Bowl 51, because it's an elimination game. You're up 4-1 against Wake Forest, and your pitcher's pitching out of his mind, but the bullpen's just not responding. You've gone through 7 relievers in 2 innings. I don't remember a team going through that many relievers over a span of 2 innings. It's like, this is up there with the biggest collapse outside of Atlanta, New England, Super Bowl 51. This is probably the biggest choke job of the decade outside of Atlanta. Because this is just, it's an elimination game. And are they going to go through another reliever? Oh my God. This reliever only threw 1 pitch and you're going to go through another reliever? Like, at this point, you've earned the right to get roasted by Joey. No, they're not. The batter called a timeout, so that's why I was going to say, if the umpire ejected that reliever, it's like you're at 8 relievers at that point through 2 innings. Is like, yeah.
Come on, dude. Okay, I still don't know why they made all those changes to the pitching rotation.
And a Wake Forest single. So this Wake Forest safe runners on the corners. It's 6-4 now with runners on the corners, but there are 2 outs. So you have runners at third and second, but there are 2 outs. Okay. But yeah, they should have kept the setup pitcher in, waited until the ninth to pitch the closer, because the closer had 2 really good pitches to end the 8th. But once the closer got to 10 pitches, he fatigued, and Wake Forest capitalized on it. See, if you had just let the reliever who got Kurtz out finish the 8th, you probably win the game, and you're probably not even in this scenario, Joey. It's probably still a 4-2, 4-3 game, and you probably win. So, yeah, that is an all-time fail by the East Carolina manager. We gave him the benefit of the doubt in the 8th, but, it's just bad. It's just bad. You're on your 8th reliever now. You're going to be on your 9th reliever if this guy can't get you out of the inning. And I'm pretty sure each bullpen you have, MLB bullpen, is a closer, a setup pitcher, 4 middle relievers, and 2 long relievers. So that's 6. That's 7. That's 8 pitchers. So yeah, they've gone through 8 relievers. That's the entire bullpen, Joey. They've gone through the entire bullpen in one game. Over the last 2 innings, they've gone through their entire bullpen. You pretty much have to ride or die with your the last reliever you've got at this point. I mean, unless you want to put other starting pitchers in the rotation and make your starting rotation even more fatigued if you come back and win. And that's just not a smart idea. You're going to need those other starters if you manage to come back and beat Wake Forest. So, benching the last reliever is not a good idea. But if you bench the last reliever, you're going to have to start bringing in starters out of the bullpen. And that's just, you don't want to do that. Because if you come back and win by some miracle, now your starting rotation is just as fatigued as your bullpen. And that's just not a good situation to be in if you're East Carolina. So this game, even though I want to give Wake credit for rallying back, this game's a prime example of pitching mismanagement at its finest. And it's all too common in baseball. Joey's seen enough games to where he knows from experience about pitching mismanagement. Wake Forest with another hit, and it's an out. Finally, East Carolina gets out of the top of the 9th, and the 2, 3, 4 batters come to the plate for East Carolina. And I would think Wake's going to bring in their closer if they haven't already. And it'll be fresh, it'll be ready to go, and I think Wake will finish this with 2-1 for 4 batters and a 1-3 batter. I would think this game's going to end relatively quickly. And I'm hoping it does end quickly so I can end the live stream and the podcast. If you want to go, you can. It just looks like Wake's going to win. But yeah. Most hilarious comment on Restream came after you left, Joey. Zeri Avol posted, crack an egg on your head for $100. Now, I'll use a fake Easter egg. I'm not using a real egg with yolk on my face because the yolk can lead to salmonella. It can. Like, if you get egg on your hands when you're making scrambled eggs and you don't wash your hands, you can get salmonella from that. I will crack a plastic Easter egg on my head. I will not crack a real Easter egg. I will not crack a real scrambled egg on my head. I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, that would be a bad idea. Very bad idea.
But I just think it's hilarious that somebody on Restream had the audacity to suggest that. I'm not saying I'm opposed to it. I'm saying if I crack an egg on my head, it's going to be a plastic egg or I'm not cracking any eggs. Because with a plastic egg, you can at least make a joke about it. Chris, why are you grinding a plastic egg into your face? It's not Easter. This is completely unnecessary. It could lead to a concussion. I'm worried about your safety. Joey can come up with a little tidbit and run with it. Whereas with the real egg, that's just not healthy. And it could lead to salmonella. So especially if you don't wash your hands frequently. But yeah, Wake Forest, number 30. Michael Massey, the junior. I think this is the pitcher I told you about at the beginning of the year, because I remember having Michael Massey in the first round at the beginning of the year. He started out in the rotation. He's moved to the bullpen, 4-1 with a 3.97 ERA in 34 innings this year. He's coming in as the closer. And Massey, East Carolina tries to bunt with no outs. I don't understand that one. Alabama Stetson is in a delay, according to ESPNU. That's Joey. I appreciate him. Yeah. Okay. A hit for East Carolina. They get on base. Yeah, I'm reading some of the comments from Jason Bannell's Fantasy League. I'm not going to read what Jason and Jimmy text on the air because, one, I'd be going against their confidence. I would be gossiping like a little bitch. Number two, I'm going to get YouTube's going to give me a strike if I read what they said on the air. So I'm not going to read what they said on the air. Case closed. It's up to our sick audience to fill in the blanks. We got a runner on Ryan McChrystal back at the plate here. 331 batting average is the designated hitter for East Carolina. 6 home runs. Nothing spectacular. And here we get a strike to make it 1-1. No outs. Runner on first. You know, Ryan McChrystal can tie this thing with a home run here in the bottom of the 9th inning. We'll stay for the end of Wake Forest, East Carolina, but then I am calling it a day. Because there's still a lot of baseball left to be played, and I'm not going to stay on the live stream all day. I'm just not. LSU plays North Carolina at 5 on ESPN2. And Wake Forest has runners on the corners. It is no outs in the bottom of the 9th. So East Carolina could still win this. They've got a pinch runner on first. And, you know, Jacob Jenkins Cowart, 341 batting average, 12 home runs. Your cleanup batter, batting 4th, is up at the plate here. You know, really interesting spot for Wake Forest here. And that's a run in. 1 run is in. We have runner at third, and we have a runner at first again. Really? So we have runners on the corners with no outs here, and all East Carolina has to do is get that third runner. Because even if you get the double play, you're probably going to give up a run. And that's a very problematic spot for Wake to be in. So we're probably still going to have a live stream here. Probably going to go to extras. I may end up getting it. I may end up having a seizure from this game simply due to how competitive it is. I don't want to get a seizure. I do have epilepsy, but at the same time, this game is so competitive. It's the bottom of the ninth. If this game goes into extras, I would say there's a 10% chance, 1 to 10% chance I might end up passing out during the live stream. I'm hoping to avoid that outcome though. And look, I will yeah, I'll try to add the live stream to Facebook Live. Um all right, let's okay, so we did figure out how to all right, so I tried the workaround, it didn't work. But yeah, if I'll have the link. I couldn't stream this on Facebook Live, but I'll have the link. Um I just don't want this to be a 6-6 game and go to extras. I don't. I really just want to end the live stream here. Because the longer this show is, the less time I have to edit my NHL mock. And look, I appreciate everyone here. 26 viewers. We have 25 on X and 1 on Twitch. We had some commenters on Kick come in the chat room. So yeah, I do appreciate the following here. And we're going to have the Cheesehead podcast. We're going to have, so next week will be a football show. East Carolina ties it. And we have runners on the corners with no outs. East Carolina, the Pirates, are 1 out away from knocking out the preseason #1 team, Wake Forest, and raising the Jolly Roger in Greenville. I know the Jolly Roger is trademarked by the Pittsburgh Pirates, but they're the East Carolina Pirates. They're raising their own, I don't know what the rally chant for East Carolina is. If you attend East Carolina and like to inform me on that, feel free to hop into the chat room and set the record straight. You don't even have to call into the live stream. You can just go into the chat room and set everything straight. And it's 6-6. Wake Forest keeping Jacob Starling 0 for 3 today. Starling's at the plate. If Starling can get the winning run, just to get a single or get the third baseman out, and that is a hit pitch, and bases are loaded for East Carolina with no outs. You just got to get somebody home. It doesn't matter who. You've got to get somebody home. Wake Forest realizing they got to pull the pitcher. And now East Carolina, they just got to get one of their runners home. And they've got multiple batters, multiple opportunities to do it. But yeah, East Carolina is winning. Or East Carolina's tied it. And Wake Forest gets the first out here, ladies and gentlemen. And East Carolina wins. East Carolina knocks out Wake Forest, the preseason #1 team. The Wake Forest Demon Deacons have officially been defeated 7-6. And it is the Pirates that will move on. And yep, the East Carolina Pirates, they beat Wake Forest pretty convincingly. We'll be back next week. Quebec Major Junior Hockey League draft, Memorial Cup update, NHL mock draft, and the Stanley Cup. Dallas, Florida, Edmonton Rangers. Who advances? You'll find out next week at the Utopia of Sports. I'm Chris Ransom. I want to thank Joseph Potter for calling in twice. But yeah, East Carolina comes back and beats Wake. High Point beats Vanderbilt. The WNBA game ended on a really good ending. So a lot of good sports this afternoon. Thanks to ESPN, ESPN2, and SEC Network for entertaining us this afternoon. The worldwide leader up in Bristol. Thank you for entertaining us. But yeah, we got to get back to the NHL mock draft. I'm going to get a nap. I have not slept since Thursday night, so I'm going to get some sleep. And then after that, I will edit this video, edit the chapters of the video, and then we will be ready to do whatever. But yeah, see you guys next week for our hockey show. And then in 2 weeks, I will have a Green Bay Packers guest on the live stream. So long.